check. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Thanks for coming back and seeing me again. I missed you all greatly. It was a devastating 12 hours since I saw you last, and I'm just so happy and thrilled to be back. The world is all safe. Everything is good now. There's no news to cover. So today, let's just sit back and relax. Maybe we can listen to some Natasha Bedingfield or something. Just have a nice, calm, relaxing day. Good to see everybody over on TikTok. This got to be a record, the amount of time that we have stayed on TikTok without being banned. Shout out to our guy C-Note if he's here. If he's not, he's probably out showing his bulge to people in Los Angeles. It's kind of what he does when he's not being our HR representative. So shout out to C-Note for helping us there. As a reminder, on TikTok, we don't get paid for the views over there. It's all free viewership. And so if we want to stay on TikTok, make sure you're gifting, and that goes to pay for our bulgy HR rep in Los Angeles, and we'll keep him coming around and keep us live on TikTok. Make sure you're hitting that like button. I see the shares already going up and the likes already going up. Thank you guys so much over on TikTok. For those who are joining us on Twitch and YouTube, welcome wherever you are, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. We'll jump right into it. Jen, are you here? Make sure we got that clear.
Yep.
All right. You have anything to say to the people before we get started?
Just if we could make a dent in that top left goal, that would be fantastic. And subscribe if you haven't already.
All right. That's basic. Thank you, Jen. We'll jump right into it today. I saw this has nothing to do with politics. I just saw it and it blew my mind. These two food bloggers sharing a nice meal in I don't even know where they were. I don't know if you guys have seen this. This is crazy.
Boom.
Yeah, it was a car. It was a car just ran into the side of that restaurant. What are the chances that as you're blogging your food journey, you're blasted by a car? He was so calm. Like, if you go through here, the way he looked at the car right here, like, bro, what the fuck? What's your problem? Like, he just kept eating, kept his form. It was really impressive. And then this look, like, you can't park there. Yeah, they're okay. Apparently, some minor scrapes. Everybody's okay. Nobody got hurt. It's called shock. Maybe. I'd be screaming. I would hate to see a video of me being scared. That would suck. This clip's going around, and it's being shared out of context a lot, and so I'm going to try and put it in context. There's a clip of Chris Pratt going around that's being used by right-wingers to be like, take this, lefties. I want to be clear what we're talking about here. Chris Pratt is talking about his friendship with RFK Jr., which already iffy. It's already iffy. But you're going to have Chris Pratt here on Bill Maher, two filthy rich people. And Chris Pratt's going to, I want to show it in context because the story is Chris Pratt saying, I would hate to be somebody who like basically roots against our country. And that's what's being shared all over social media. This is a longer clip. This is 1 minute and 8 seconds. But first, I want to make sure that what he's talking about here is that he's friends with RFK, and he doesn't like to bring it up because Trump is divisive.
Enemies, and when you jump on the bandwagon with who is the most divisive president ever.
Notice they're cutting that part out. Notice how all the right wingers are cutting this part out, where Chris Pratt acknowledges that Trump is the most divisive president ever. That part isn't making it into all their clips, ironically.
Makes sense that you're going to be made to look terrible. And so I don't know what to believe, because it's not like I sit with Bobby and I go, so, hey, let's talk about this. Let's talk about it.
It's not hard, Chris. It's not hard. I get really tired of these people. Like, you're filthy fucking rich, man. You work hard for a little while, and then you get big long breaks. And the internet is free. In 2025, there is no excuse to say, I don't know what's true. No excuse. Look it up. The internet is free. This is not that hard. It is not that hard to figure out if what is being said is true or false. Look it up. You don't even have to ask RFK. Just look it up.
Like, we're just playing cards or playing Mafia or having fun or having dinner. I'm not going to pick his brain to find out exactly which of those things are true. I just kind of assume that none of them are.
Oh.
And for the most part, I wish him well, man. I hope.
I just assume that none of the bad things I'm hearing are true because it doesn't affect me. Literally none of this shit affects me. There's nothing Donald Trump can do that really affects me. I'm filthy fucking rich and I'm friends with RFK Jr. Isn't that crazy? That part's left out. I don't hate Chris Pratt. I don't hate any celebrities, to be honest. I loved him as Andy Dwyer. I think he's a good actor. But like this clip going around being used, ironically, like seeing conservatives use Hollywood as like, see, he's so out of touch, but also so lazy here. He's like, I don't know what's true, so I just assume none of it's true. Anything that we hear bad about the president, I just assume it's not true. I think that's like pretty common amongst the MAGA. They are a lazy breed. They are a breed who believes what they want to believe. And if something happens that fucks up their narrative, they're like, I just don't believe that.
There's certain things that he overseas that seem to be supported in a bipartisan way, like getting terrible toxic stuff out of our kids' food. I think that's a great thing. And so if you do that, that's amazing. I'd hate to be so mired in hatred for the president that any success from his administration is something I'd have an allergic reaction to be like, oh, well, if they do it, I don't want it to happen. I'll put Clorox in my children's cereal myself. It's like, come on, be reasonable here. There's certain things that would be a good thing to have.
Yeah, except for none of those things are happening, right? Like, have we removed the bad things from our food? Has that happened? Chris Pratt's like, celebrate the success. What success? That was just a thing they said. And by the way, we're going to celebrate that. If RFK gets that done, we're all going to celebrate that. We're all going to be very happy about that. This is great. Look, we got the MAGA in the chat already worked up to select it. I'm not outraged. All right, DeLuca, I'll talk to you. I understand what you're saying. But the left doesn't use Hollywood? Yeah, the left uses Hollywood. That's why I'm saying it's ironic that the right is doing it, DeLuca. Because you guys always say that the left uses Hollywood, and you always use Hollywood as this bad example until they say something you like. Then you're just like the left. That's the point. That was the irony, Luca, is that you guys are using something that you always decry. That's the point here, right? I was just showing that it was taken out of context. And I do think that it's Bill Maher's show sucks. It fucking sucks. It is the most generic show on television. It is just a bunch of lazy rich people talking about stuff that they don't know about and just saying, like, when they don't know, they're like, yeah, well, who even cares? Life's good. Life's not that hard. Yeah, you're fucking loaded. Yeah, it's easy. It is easier when you're loaded. It's easy to not see all the other stuff going on in the world when you're loaded. Like, you can just distract yourself with a trip to Greece whenever you want to. No disrespect, but like, that show sucks. I can't believe Bill Maher's show has a lot of viewers. I don't know. I want to meet the people who watch Bill Maher. I don't know anybody who does, but I do want to know who. I want to meet those people. Like, this is good stuff. This is hard-hitting stuff over here from Bill Maher. All right. Charles sent me this. Was it Charles? I think it was. Who sent me this? Make sure. Yeah, it was Charles. I want to make sure. I don't know a lot about this, so I'm going to show it to you guys just so that.
Okay, so everybody's talking about.
I'm sure you've seen it. I'm going to research more. I need a weekend to do it, but I'm showing this now. If you guys run across stuff, will you DM it to me? Send it to me on Discord or on TikTok. If you see anything related to this, will you send it to me? Because I am going to do a deeper dive on this. I'm just not there yet, but here you go. We're talking about
Rockbridge, and that's exactly how they want it. So let me break this down so you actually know what this is. Rockbridge isn't just a campaign. It's not a think tank. It's not even technically a PAC. It's a private club for billionaires, for tech bros, and old money donors who are building political projects the same way that Silicon Valley is building startups. You pay a buy-in anywhere from $100K to $1 million, and this is per year. And what you're really buying is...
My first thought was this seemed like, and what I said to Charles is I said this like, and I'd made it about this far through the clip. It reminded me of the executive branch, which is that club started by Don Jr. and who was it in the administration's kid? Alex, whatever his name is. Anyways, that's what I thought it was at first, but I think it's a lot deeper than that.
At the table, where right-wing America gets planned out in real time. So who's behind it? This thing was founded in 2019 by J.D. Vance, yeah, the VP, and Chris Buskirk, who's a MAGA media guy, I guess. But the brains and the bankroll? Peter Thiel, the Mercer family, the Winklevoss twins. It's the exact mix.
Look at the cope. Who's Toker? Toker, good to have you here. Sounds like the DNC. Oh, it does? This club full of Republicans sounds like the DNC? Okay.
That you'd expect. Tech libertarians who hate government, hedge fund families who hate taxes, and cultural warriors who hate diversity. So what do they do with all that money? They fund media outlets so conservative talking points drown out everything else in your feed. They build shadow transition teams, literally ready-to-go governments stacked with their people so when the Republicans win, they flood D.C. with operatives. They use lawfare, suing universities, journalists, anybody who threatens their narrative. And they bankroll down ballot races in red states, sheriffs, judges, school boards, because they know that power does not just live in the White House. Why does this matter? Right? See, Trump is just the circus act. Rockbridge is the infrastructure. They don't care if it's Trump, DeSantis, Vance, some other puppet. They don't care. They're building a machinery that outlives every single politician. They meet twice a year in these secret retreats, Palm Beach, D.C., even international locations. And what comes out of those meetings?
You know how JD has been on vacations, like basically the entire presidency? I think he's on his like 6th vacation already. He's just doing once a month. And those vacations sometimes are with his family, but a lot of times it's just like with his boys. I think that's this group. This is the same group that tried to run, what was that idiot's name in Arizona that lost? He lost to Mark Kelly. Somebody help me with his name now. What was his name? You guys will get it. By the way, this creator's name's Ashley Barnett. I can't remember that guy's name. You guys will get it in the chat.
The lawsuits, the campaigns, the talking points that you're going to see 6 months later. So yeah, Rockbridge is a lab where they're engineering the future of right-wing power. And while we're all distracted by Trump, they're busy setting up the playbook for the next 20 years. Pay attention.
Not Arpaio, not Lake. It was the like this skinny dude that was also a Blake Masters. Well done, Johnny Mac. Is Blake Masters. He ultimately lost. And I do want to point this out. By the way, that's Ashley I think it's Barnett is how you say her last name. She's incredible. If you're not following her already, follow her on TikTok. But this stuff being exposed really matters, and it is doing real damage to this group. This group is as far as I know, we were one of the first people that, at least that I deal with, that covered this. I put together a research team with members of our Discord like probably about a year ago now. And we put I think it was a 4-part series we did on the American oligarchy and these dark money groups, and it has become mainstream now, and I think it's more mainstream than we realize. And sometimes it feels like it can feel helpless knowing that these people with all the money are doing all these things in the dark. But once it comes to light, people see it for what it is. And these folks, the J.D. Vances, the Peter Thiel, the Andreessen, they have overplayed their cards. Look what happened to Elon Musk. Elon Musk flew a little too close to the sun, and it really, really hurt Elon Musk. His public perception is destroyed. His companies aren't doing as well. He's no longer viewed as like this god amongst capitalists. Elon Musk has lost his place in terms of like respect generally across the nation. And that's MAGA folks because he dared to criticize Dear Leader. And then that's normal folks who just realized at some point like, oh, he's actually not that smart. He's not like this super genius that's inventing all these amazing things and saving the world. He's just a capitalist, and he just lies a lot, and he builds himself up a lot. But he built up Tesla into this company that is like 90% of its value is hype. It's not revenue, it's not product, it's hype. That's mostly what he is. And all of these folks are starting to see their grift exposed. I was listening to a video last night about Honey. Do you guys remember Honey? It was like a plugin that you could put in on your Chrome browser, or I guess any browser. And when you would go to check out, Honey would like automatically search for the lowest prices, and it would give you the lowest price. And then you could it was a way to like save money, and it was a free tool. A lot of people loved it. One thing I didn't know about Honey, I don't know if it was started by, but it wound up being owned by PayPal, which is owned by, I believe, Google, right? Does it Google own PayPal? I think Google owns PayPal now, don't they? They bought, anyway, because they bought YouTube. And yeah, anyways, I was reading this, or I was listening actually to this. I wish I would have saved it, this video on YouTube, but I wasn't watching it. And it was explaining what happened with Honey and how you had this rise and fall of Honey. Essentially what Honey did is Honey didn't really have the ability to find that many prices that were lower than what you were searching for. Occasionally you would find a lower price. But what they did in the analysis is they found out that Honey being added on your browser was basically just cutting out commissions for, yeah, Mr. Beast would endorse it a lot. There were a lot of creators that were paid to endorse Honey, but basically it just cut out commissions for people. Like if you go to a YouTube channel and you're trying to do reviews, like the camera I use, I went to a YouTube channel, it reviewed different cameras. I clicked on the link. I bought it from Amazon, but Amazon paid the creator a commission for reviewing it and having the link there. Well, what Honey would do is once I clicked on that, Honey would pop out a new window and automatically search for the lowest prices. And then it would say, even if it was like it said, we can't find you a lower price, you're good to go. I'd say, all right, great. I'd hit checkout, and then Honey would steal that commission. So all the work that the creator did to review everything and put those links down in their description, Honey would steal it. So essentially, I just started thinking of it like Peter Thiel has this idea or this theory. He says, don't create a company that has a good product, create a company that can be a monopoly. And those are the companies he invested in. He was invested in Honey. He invests in companies that are willing to like step in front of hard work of others and just like take the profit for them themselves. I think the world, at least Americans, are becoming aware of this. I'm not going to show this video because it's an hour and a half long, and it's not really political. But it's a channel that like sometimes I like to listen to because if any of you guys know of like the Joe Rogan comedy scene, like the comedy mothership. You have all these comedians that nobody really gave a shit about, and now they like run around claiming that they're the greatest comedians in the world, but they're really not. It's like Bert Kreischer, Ari Shaffir, Tony Hinchcliffe, all these people that like kind of were nobodies. And then Joe brought them under his wing, and he put them on his podcast all the time, and they became popular. And then they all moved to Austin so that they could save money. Andrew Schultz had a bit about this the other day about like, don't lie to us and tell us Austin's so fucking cool that you left LA. You left LA and moved to Austin so you didn't have to pay taxes. Just don't lie about it anymore. But this is a channel called the Elephant Graveyard. I listen to it occasionally. Massive channel, honestly. What do they have? 250,000 subscribers. And like the tone, if you hear it, it's like kind of this ominous tone, like a very melodramatic way that he covers comedy. I'll play a little bit for you.
Change. Problem is, there's no free will, and I don't really get to choose what to think about. Been thinking about a lot of different things, but seems like for every question I try to answer, I end up with 10 more.
So that's kind of the tone, but mostly you can see if you go to his channel here, he mostly covers like comedy stuff. If we go down here, Back from the Dead, One Last Broadcast. Let's see. Let me go to his videos. It's a lot of like pop culture stuff. Here he is talking about Brendan Schaub. It's one of his favorite people. He put out this video. You should watch it. It's called How Comedy Was Destroyed by an Anti-Reality Doomsday Cult. It's been up for 21 hours now, almost 400,000 views. And this video actually breaks down the connection between Joe Rogan and then like the FBI, the CIA, Peter Thiel. And he goes to show like how Joe Rogan basically is just like a deep state shill. And he's been like propped up as like this free speech absolutist, but then every time you turn it on, he's got an FBI director or a CIA director or a former member of the CIA, and he's now just become like this shill for the deep state. And the folks that cover comedy, the folks that cover podcasts, they're seeing this. So this stuff that last creator was covering about JD Vance and Peter Thiel, the dark money, it's no longer in the shadows. It's become mainstream. People are recognizing it. And as soon as that becomes mainstream, things can turn in a hurry. Think of what happened with Palestine. It was this fringe discussion that we had. And most people, including myself, didn't know a great deal about the conflicts between Israel and Palestine, the history of it. But I don't know who got it mainstream, but once it became mainstream, it was like almost overnight, the American public changed their opinion on who was good and who was bad. It was like Israel was the good guy, and then like overnight. Kudos to those who fought for years trying to get this into the mainstream. But we're starting to see the weirdness of JD Vance, the weirdness of Peter Thiel, the obvious authoritarian regime that we have in front of us, the bootlicking of Putin, the bootlicking of Netanyahu. Like, that's all mainstream now. Everybody's talking about it. And so I know we show those videos and they're a little bit scary. And it's like, oh no, they're going to take over. It's going to be an oligarchy. Just remember that, like, over the course of human existence, every few decades, somebody tries to be an authoritarian figure in virtually every country, including in America. And most of the time, they don't accomplish it. And I'm starting for the first time, maybe, to feel optimistic that the world and America is seeing Donald Trump for who he is, an authoritarian. And these like these like far right channels, like, they're breaking apart. They're consolidating. They're trying. They think that the Overton window shifted, and they're like, here's our opportunity. It shifted towards us, and so they're getting more and more loud. And everyday Americans are like, pass. Like, no, of course I don't want to be a Christian nationalist. That sounds fucking terrible, because it is, by the way. Being in a Christian cult, it really fucking sucks. It's not fun. You pretend that it's fun. You pretend that you're happy. You pretend like it brings you all this joy, but it's just constant guilt day after day after day. And every day you manage to go through without touching your own dick is like a celebration. So the next day you're all giddy. You're like, I did it. And then as soon as you do, it's terrible again. And you're like, oh, I have all this guilt. It's terrible. You don't want to be a Christian nationalist. But I just wanted to show that because this is way more mainstream than it was 6 months ago. And once it has become mainstream, the stuff that we feared that, like, people would just go along with it, they're not. People are not willing to go along with this. Most people in America do enjoy their freedoms. Most people in America don't want to be under authoritarian rule. And all the MAGA that comes in here every day, like 90% of them, as soon as the mainstream narrative changes, and I'm not talking about like mainstream political media, I'm talking about like the narrative in the United States. Once that changes and we start recognizing the authoritarians like Donald Trump, like JD Vance, like Peter Thiel, it will change very quickly. And most of these people are going to pretend that this didn't happen. They're going to be like, yeah. You know, I did like Trump, but then I saw that he was authoritarian, and then I bailed. Like, all of you who are criticizing me in the chat right now, every one of you is going to lie about what you supported. Every last one of you. By the way, that's a good reminder. You don't have to be a whiny little bitch in the chat. You can be a whiny little bitch up here. You can come talk to me about anything you want. All you have to do is message Jen, JENNDUBB1. That's the same. See that Venmo username? It's got the blue V next to it. You can message her on Discord. Happy to bring you up. Which is a reminder, we are crowdfunded. We do rely on your generosity to keep this show going. So anything you send our way via any of those apps or super chats, I'm happy to read, and we'll be on our way. This host sucks. You guys are mad as fuck today. What we got here today? What's wrong? Nick Fuentes took a month off, and now you guys are like, I don't have anywhere to go. Where am I going to get my hate out? I'm going to show up and generically insult this man. It's not going to hurt. Like, everybody you guys follow is a fucking idiot. It doesn't matter. But you guys can come up here. I have this, if you're new here and you're a right winger, I have this challenge. I've debated a few people on the right. I have a challenge that if you've seen me debate before and you think I lost a debate, if you can come up here and explain how I lost that debate, like using what we talked about, you get $100. I will personally Cash App or Venmo or PayPal, Venmo or Zelle you $100. But here's what I think. I think that all you guys know is cruelty. And so when you what you hear and what you resonate with is cruelty, and none of you can explain what these intelligent people on your side of the aisle say. You can't. What you will know, and I'll just give you their little secret. When you debate somebody on the right, all they're waiting for is some number or some figure that they disagree with or they can cast doubt upon. And then they will focus on that one thing. Whether it matters to the argument or it doesn't matter to the argument, whether they're right or wrong about where that number came from, if they can cast doubt on one part of your argument, they will focus on that for weeks. You all know what I'm talking about. You all know who I'm talking about. It will be their focus for weeks. And then their fans will come in here and say the same thing. Already saw Andrew Wilson owns you. Come on up then. Tell me why Andrew Wilson. Let me tell you the dumbest shit Andrew said the last time I was over on Raging Tomato. Andrew Wilson came up, and Andrew Wilson mocked me for saying that wages are not profit sharing. Right? You guys remember that? You were probably the one in my DMs or in my YouTube comments saying that, right? I don't know if you know about profit. Profit is what's left over, right? So you pay everything. You pay all your expenses. Profit is what's left over after that. So wages can't be profit sharing, right? Because that's not profit. The wages are built into your expenses. So wages aren't profit. And Andrew said that, and then got laughed at because I told him he's a fucking idiot, which he is. And then he finally just left. And you guys think Andrew was right. I dare you to find me an economist that says wages are profit sharing. I dare you. And you're still mad. You're still mad at me. Anyways, that's enough out of you guys. We won't address you too much today unless you want to come up and have a conversation. This is one of the funniest things I saw today on the internet. Who is this TikTok user? I don't have their name. Shout out to MAGA Cult Slayer for posting this. Oh, Spider Mike 503 is the originator of this video.
Oh, fucking pure fucking comedy right here. Oh, come on. Sounds like Trump yesterday. Yeah, try it now. Ooh, that still sounds like Donald Trump yesterday up at the podium. Yeah, it sounds like Trump yesterday at the podium. He's like, I'm with my daddy again. Yeah, bowing down to Putin. He's Putin's pedo puppet. There, oh, shucky darn. Yeah. Oh, gee whiz. Look at that, people. The Trump truck is dead.
Aw. What kind of loser wraps their vehicle in Trump shit? You guys are adults. Yeah, you guys are supposed to. There we go. Greg says he'll kick in $100 also. That's $200 if you can explain how I lost any of those debates. You're welcome to. All right. Now I'm going to criticize some Democrats because this is embarrassing. Hakeem Jeffries went on with the Bulwark. Tim Miller here with his beautiful pearl necklace, and it sucks. It sucks when the Bulwark is left of our speaker. I don't like that. Here's Tim just saying, asking Hakeem Jeffries, why haven't you endorsed Mamdani yet?
I guess I don't understand what the holdup is on endorsing Zoran Mamdani in the mayor's race. Could you explain that to me?
Yeah, so I didn't know Zoran at all.
Sorry. Electric Dad said George Laffer said wages are profit. Yeah, he did. George Laffer is maybe the most universally discredited economist on earth. Nobody will let him do anything anymore. Everybody in the chat is like, if you say, I don't know if you're joking when you say that, by the way. I hope to God this is somebody trolling. But Laffer, we're using Laffer here. All right, here's I'll keep Jeffrey. I'm sorry. I should have stopped it there. This shit again. There we go.
Up is on endorsing Zoran Mondani in the mayor's race. Could you explain that to me?
Yeah, so I didn't know Zoran at all. First time I ever sat down and met with him was last month, in connection with him becoming the Democratic nominee. It was a good conversation. He was out in East New York in that part of the district. That's very important to me, very important to Brooklyn, very important to the city of New York. Often doesn't get a lot of attention. In that conversation, he asked me to put together a follow-up meeting with some community leaders in many of the neighborhoods that I represent, which I told him I would do. We're setting that in motion, should occur within the next few weeks. And then once that meeting takes place, along with some other conversations that he's having with members of the congressional delegation, and then I'll make a decision thereafter.
Okay. I guess I was a Republican up till 2 minutes ago, and I'm a capitalist, and I had Zoran on, and I went at him on a variety of issues we disagree on, but like, it's not really a close call, is it? I mean, you have a corrupt mayor that is doing deals with Donald Trump. You had a guy that had to resign in disgrace that already lost a Democratic primary. I don't like. It's not a close call, right? Why not just endorse him and then work with him?
Well, I think what I can say is that
just answer the fucking question. What do you mean? What you can say, Hakeem? You can say anything you goddamn want to. This is the United States of fucking America. Not what you can say. Just say it, dude. We got to get rid of Hakeem Jeffries.
He's the only one I'm scheduled to talk to.
Okay. Why not just let's just get it over with though? Why you're prolonging the pain, leader? Why not just endorse Zoran? It's not that hard, right?
Well, listen. I understand, but it's not like things aren't happening. I was just in Chicago. I was in Texas. I was in California. Right. We're in the middle of it.
You're from New York though. You just all you got to do. I endorse him. He won your fucking primary. Do you think Hakeem Jeffries has ever been this slow to endorse somebody before? He won the fucking primary, dude. Endorse him.
An unprecedented redistricting war. Literally.
I know. I said just do it, get it out the way. I'm anti Zoran. I'm not even really, I don't even really like, we have a lot of disagreements, but I mean, come on. Anyway, all right.
I haven't had time. I'm here doing a podcast. I haven't had time to endorse it. Electric Dad said, yes, you're joking. Oh, thank God. Thank you, True American, for the super chat as well. Nobody yet for a debate. Jen says, let's see. All right, here we go. All right, moving on here. Even Spike Lee, how's Spike Lee? Can Spike Lee be the Speaker of the House? This is not that fucking hard.
Mamdani, have you backed him for mayor?
Not officially, but I'm going to vote for him.
Well, that's the same thing, I imagine.
I guess it makes it official.
I guess.
See how easy that was?
That makes it official. Let me ask you, why? Why does he have your vote over former Governor Cuomo, Mayor Adams? Why Mamdani?
We have to move forward. I have to move forward for equality for New Yorkers to make this, again, the greatest city in the world. And you look at the people who are backing these other candidates, they're in the past. So he's ahead now. But look, I'm a big sports fan, and I've been in too many games where you think the game is over, and then, especially being a Knicks fan.
We don't need to hear your Knicks trauma there. Admir says RTP will not debate me on Yugoslavian food. That's true. I'm afraid of that debate. I don't even know what a Yugoslavian dish is. I wouldn't even know. Brianna said, let me get that Snap name, Big Daddy. I don't have Snapchat. I'm almost 40. I don't think you're supposed to have Snapchat at my age, are you? I do have Snapchat. That's a lie. I just don't ever use it. I think one person in the world sends me Snapchats. Maybe two if you count my sister. All right. Elise Stefanik, if we're staying in New York, Elise Stefanik is having a tough time. She went out to this was a Clinton County ceremony. I don't remember who it was honoring. I can't remember, but they introduced her, and it did not go well.
Our Congresswoman from New York 21, Elise Stefanik.
there was a call for Stefanik to hold a town hall, echoing through the crowd.
She tried to shush him. That's not going to work. As somebody who has used the word shushies many times, it only works when you have the microphone and they are in the chat. I mean, like if you tell somebody to shush and they also have a microphone or they could yell, it's going to get louder. I've learned my lesson on that. So she hands it off and she just quits. She's like, never mind. She does. Apparently she came back on later and she spoke through the booze. Here's AOC explaining what just happened there.
Talk about.
By the way, she's not alone in describing this. This is also how Republicans are describing this. She's not making this up.
I want to talk about Elise Stefanik just for a minute. I know, bummer.
Mama Molly said this is why all you need to back the DSA so we can get people who can push these kinds of people out and have principled people in. Love that. Electric Dad said it. Former was Berserker. Oh, you just changed your name. There we go.
You know, Elise Stefanik, she did this whole farewell tour to this district in Plattsburgh and all of these towns because she cut a sweetheart deal in the House. I sell out my community and you name me ambassador to the UN. And she thought she had it in the bag, right? But I want to tell you about why that didn't work out. Because you all started changing the political terrain out here in this seat. And the Republican Party said, wait, this R+10 seat looks like we might lose this thing. That is the real reason. Because Elise Stefanik was supposed to vacate her seat and another Republican was supposed to cakewalk right into it. But we saw everything that was going on. And
isn't it kind of interesting how anytime there's like an heir apparent to the Republican throne that's a woman, she gets buried and no Republicans come to like back her up? Elise Stefanik was like this rising star. She was a New York Republican. She was like a never Trumper, and then she flipped. And then like as soon as she flipped and she was a Trumper, Trump gave her all this praise. And he's like, hey, you're going to be an ambassador, which is like a nice stepping stone if she wants to run for president one day. And then they're like, never mind, you got to go back to New York because you're going to, like, we may lose this district. The damage had already been done. Like, she's probably going to lose. The damage is done there. And now Republicans are just abandoning her. They don't give a shit what she says. She's not going to have that much support. Now she has this primary that she's going to have to figure out because she first got elected as a never Trumper. Then she flipped to kissing Trump's ass. The district doesn't like Trump. They didn't like Trump in the first place. And now she's got to figure out how she's going to run. It's amazing how many careers Donald Trump has ruined by just saying, like, you have to support me, you have to lick my boots, or you're done. And then if you capitulate and you lick his boots, you're done anyways. You lose all respect. Look at Lindsey Graham. Look at Mitch McConnell. Look at all these people who have bent the knee to Donald Trump. Did MAGA respect them after that? Nope. No, Matt, you guys don't. Those are all the people you respect the least. Anybody who capitulates to Donald Trump after taking a firm stand, you have no respect. J.D. Vance is going to learn this the hard way. When J.D. Vance tries to run for president, there's going to be a not insignificant amount of people who come out and are like, fuck you, dude. You're such a phony. You are so full of shit. You went from like this principled conservative who was outraged by Donald Trump to overnight changing your opinion. Like, I never said those things that I said before. I changed my mind. And when they ask, like, what changed your mind? He's like, I met with him and I realized all of those things were lies. No, money. Money is what happened. The people who own you, Peter Thiel, who has groomed you since college and funds everything you do, said, hey, you're going to have to kiss this guy's ass because he's going to win and we need that power.
Because of your organizing and because of all of your conversations with your neighbors, you all took an R+10 seat into a toss-up. In like 3 months, in a very early period of time. So, Elise did her farewell tour, and I think it's time to finish the job. Let's show her the door, Plattsburgh. She's not welcome here anymore.
All right. She's in trouble. Her career is probably done. She might get another cabinet position sometime in a Republican administration, but she, when you sell out like that, you lose your popularity. Izzy said, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Appreciate you. All right, moving on here. There was, Trump has announced new steel tariffs. Why did I not have this with the other steel tariffs? Let me see if I can get this all together. Thought I had these together. I'll find the other one. Well, I might not have the other one. Anyways, John Stossel did a breakdown of Donald Trump and the history of Donald Trump steel tariffs. Trump announced steel tariffs, but along with that, there was a whole bunch of weird shit that came. It was like steel adjacent tariffs too. So now we're going to see like American farmers are going to have tariffs on their equipment. It's going to drive the cost up of anything for American farmers, which again, congratulations, Republicans. You're making prices more expensive. You're killing the middle class. You're killing the American farmer. But hey, at least you got the brown shirts out there going after immigrants. So you got that as a W. Here's John Stossel explaining the last time Trump put steel tariffs on American people.
Liberation Day.
There it is, Stossel, the sellout.
Today, American industry was reborn.
Industry will be reborn, says President Trump, because of his tariffs.
Tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary.
Tariffs, he says, punish countries that unfairly...
Just a reminder that when he was talking about tariffs and how it's so beautiful, these were actual released hostages from, or the families of hostages, I can't remember, from Israel. And he brought them up to use them as props while he talked about tariffs and whatever the fuck else he wanted to do. And he made them stand there for like 30 minutes as props because Donald Trump doesn't care about human beings. He just uses and abuses everybody that comes into his life. He doesn't give a fuck about these people. He's just like, this will look good for me if you stand behind me while I talk about tariffs.
Sell us cheap stuff.
We've been ripped off by every country all over the world. They're laughing at us. They thought we were stupid.
But when his tariffs take effect...
jobs and factories will come roaring back into our country.
But this is just wrong. And he should know that. Not just because it's basic economics, but because last time he was president, he raised tariffs on steel. And the result?
He lost a lot of jobs.
Okay, that's MSNBC. But even a broken clock is right twice a day.
I like how Stossel is just using like the TikTok format now for his shows. He's just green screening it and doing the TikTok thing.
Trump's tariffs did lead American steelmakers to hire 1,000 more people.
Woo! 1,000 new jobs, those tariffs. It was a tax on the American people, but it made 1,000 new jobs. So win, right?
Great. But more companies make things out of steel. Oh. And they lost 75,000 jobs.
That's sorry, I know we have some mag in the chat. That's 74,000 net, right? Because you're gonna take 1,000, you go up 74,000. That's how you do that math.
President Biden foolishly ratcheted Trump's tariffs up.
We need a future that's made in America.
When you raise the price of steel, well, companies that use steel are going to pay more. That means fewer workers.
Economist Scott Lincecum.
Just simply mandating that stuff be made in America sounds great, but it's going to cost us a lot more.
Emily Lay's company makes designer stationery in China. She sells these planners for $64. Under Trump's new tariffs...
To maintain a profit on her $64 planners, she would have to double the sticker price.
It's $120
for a planner.
I'm not paying $120 for a planner.
We have to raise prices.
Victor Schwartz imports wine from all over the world.
I can't change anything. If Trump decides 200% tariffs in May, We are SOL.
He scoffs at Trump's claim that other countries pay the tariffs.
The only people paying for it are me, my customer.
I can't believe we're still doing this. It's been like 3 years now of Trump lying about who pays tariffs. I, honest to God, cannot believe we're still doing this. How the fuck are we supposed to be taken seriously as a country when we can't even get our president to admit who pays tariffs? It's like if Donald Trump was saying, you don't pay income tax. It's actually a foreign country that's paying your income tax. What's up, Jen?
Hey, check your DMs for me.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so I'm gonna put him on.
All right, let me finish this video. Then we can go. We have someone joining that apparently would like to talk about the Old Testament.
And consumers.
Trump says the solution is simple.
Make your product in America.
Make your product in America.
You might be able to move a semiconductor plant to Michigan, but you can't make champagne in Oregon. You can't recreate that place, the soil, the air.
Still, Trump has a point. Some countries do impose big tariffs on American goods.
Look at Canada. American cheese and butter, nearly 300% tariff. India, 100%.
Of course, these numbers are after, like, they hit their quota, right? These don't kick in until like a certain number is hit, and 99.4% of the time we never hit that number. Most of the time these tariffs never come into play, but she does have a printout because that's how you have to speak to MAGA. Everything's a fucking picture book. Look at these. These are big numbers, and these are a picture. You must look at these and accept them as fact.
150% tariff on American alcohol.
It seems sensible to pressure them to lower their tariffs. Our tariffs will maybe get them to reduce their tariffs.
Tariffs were not an issue.
Schwartz mostly imports from Europe.
It was $4 or so a case. We sent wine over there. It was about the same. We knew what our customs and duty costs were. We had some very easy trade before these tariffs hit. And now it's kind of chaos.
Everything's going to be just fine.
Trump says, trust me, I'm making deals. And he lectures business reporters.
It must be hard for you to, spend 25 years talking about tariffs as being negative and then have somebody explain to you that you're totally wrong.
Once it gets
Yeah, you didn't explain it though. You still can't tell us what a tariff is. What economists never prepared for, and maybe this is on them. They were not prepared for a dipshit to come in and convince a bunch of other dipshits that tariffs were a tax that you could apply to other countries. I do think that maybe we were too confident in the American people.
Established, the chaos will go, and the bad guys will be punished, and business will resume.
10% tariff, which I have to add, is on top of significant taxes and duties. The big impact.
10%.
10%. That's our cash flow, John. It's the fuel of our business.
Well,
that means we have to buy less. That means we've got less capital to work with to add new products, to hire new people. Having 10% that you got to pay up front, that's really painful.
And for some companies.
All right, we'll end it there. Just a little point out there. We do have a guest here. This is Sean. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got something in the background. If you're playing the stream, there's going to be a delay. Would you mind turning off the stream?
Oh, yeah, it was Asian music.
All right. So what's up?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. It's good to finally get on here and debate. You have a very interesting channel.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, okay. So now you are debating politics, and I wanted to bring up a point about Trump.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of Kim Clement, the prophet?
No. I'll look him up.
Okay. Well, he's a Christian prophet. He passed away about, I don't know, 2 years ago or so.
Oh, I've seen this guy
anyways,
before. I didn't know that was his name, but
he basically said that through the Holy Spirit that Trump is God's David, and there would be two presidents in the future at one time. Now, this is like 2016.
Okay.
He said there'd be two presidents at one time. One would be double-minded and one would be God's David. Okay, so now that's a modern day prophet, right?
I don't believe in
so it's
prophets, but yeah.
Right. Okay, now, Trump. Now, have you heard of James Dobson?
I don't think so.
Oh yeah, well, he's a popular evangelical pastor. A group of pastors got together with Trump during his first term. It was right before his first term, actually, and they prayed over him, and Trump accepted Christ as his savior.
Okay.
Now, there's some debate whether Trump is saved or not, but
there's even some debate on whether or not being saved is a real thing and not imaginary.
Correct. You are correct.
Thank you.
So my question is for you, because I'm trying to tie this into politics. If Trump believes in the Bible, like, for example, the over 200 Old Testament prophecies that are fulfilled in Christ, do you think he's a legitimate Christian based on the truth that those prophecies have been fulfilled in Christ?
What prophecies were fulfilled?
So in the Old Testament, you've got different prophets that have prophesied Christ coming. Like, for example, Psalm 22 saying, I was thirsty, they gave me vinegar to drink.
I'd be so mad if somebody gave me vinegar when I was thirsty. That would suck.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then like Isaiah 7, where it says, and behold, the virgin shall conceive a child, and they shall call his name Emmanuel. So my point is that just the fact that two of those Old Testament prophecies came true in Christ,
I don't know that you have. I don't know that you have any evidence that those came true.
Well, we know that Christ was resurrected. We know that from 500.
We don't know that
eyewitnesses. But let me finish my statement.
Oh.
So we know that if you had just say two came into fulfillment, the chances are 1 in like 2.5 million. Okay, almost absurd. But over 200 prophecies were fulfilled and generally accepted in academia. So that's a mathematical proof of God.
It's not.
If Trump believes
it's not. It's none of that. No. Well, look. One, prove that Jesus was born. That his mom was a virgin. Is there any evidence of that outside of him saying it?
Only in prophecy.
Okay. Is there any? Is there any evidence?
Wait, real quick. And the martyrs.
Wait, real quick. Is there any evidence that he died and came back to life?
Yes.
What's the
over
evidence?
500. Well, the strongest evidence is his disciples were willing to be martyred for their faith, and two.
Well, would that be? Because I would say that like you can go look at David Koresh. His disciples were willing to be martyred for their faith. Does that make David Koresh Jesus Christ?
Absolutely not.
So what's the difference?
The difference is prophecy.
Well, he said he was a prophet, and he said that he was fulfilling prophecy of the return of Christ, and that he was Jesus Christ, and then people were willing to die for that. I grew up more. I grew up Mormon, and there were Joseph Smith died, and by the way, he had prophesied his own death. This is very similar to what the Mormons tell us and try and trick us into believing. They say because Joseph Smith prophesied his own death, and then he died, and so therefore he must be a prophet.
Correct. You are absolutely right that none of David Koresh's prophecies came fulfilled.
Yeah, they did.
What I'm trying to say,
they certainly did. He prophesied that he would be killed by the government. So did Joseph Smith. They both did.
That could have been. That's one thing that could have been a coincidence.
Okay, I could probably give you 30 prophecies that have come true from Mormon prophets. The thing is, like, if I prophesy a lot of stuff, like I'm going to get some of them right.
Exactly. And name one Mormon prophecy that came to fruition in reality.
They talked about there was one that was really specific. Actually, it talked about that the Mormons would be driven west and that they would settle in a land that mimicked Jerusalem, and it was something that people didn't Mormons at that point didn't know. In fact, very few people knew is that if you look at like you know about the Dead Sea.
What about the Dead Sea?
Okay, so you know that the Dead Sea has no outlet, right? That's why it's salty.
I didn't know that. I think I
Okay.
knew that. That's why you, yeah.
So
That's
the
why
reason
you float on it.
exactly, and there's a river that flows into the Dead Sea. Do you know what that river is called?
I don't know.
It's the River Jordan, right?
Mhm.
In Salt Lake, you have the Great Salt Lake. It's a salt lake. Why is it salty?
Because there's salt in it.
Because there's no outlet. And by the way, the same exact setup happens. You have a river that runs from north to south, or I mean, excuse me, from south to north that runs into it. And so that was a prophecy. That was a prophecy. That was
Are
fulfilled.
you referring to the Book of Mormon prophesying or the Bible prophesying?
I'm talking about Joseph Smith prophesying.
Oh, so okay, all right. Because when you said so the Dead Sea is, or the salty no outlet body of water is in the Book of Mormon.
In the Book of Mormon, they're talking about a new Jerusalem. That the reason they left Jerusalem because it was going to be destroyed, and they would the Church of Christ would be founded in the New Jerusalem, and that and one of the indicators was that you have this salt sea, this like inland salt sea. And then you have a river. Now they named it the Jordan River instead of the River Jordan. It's not like it came with that name, but you had almost an identical setup. Now, does that make the Mormons
from
right?
The Bible.
Well, the book of Mormon
stole that from the Bible.
Well, it sounds like it, but the Bible was. I mean, the story of a savior born from a virgin that was stolen from other religions pre-Christianity. So
actually,
it sounds like they stole that too.
Only religion.
There are many religions that believe in a virgin birth.
Well, when I say only religion, I mean Christianity is the only fulfillment of Genesis 3 when God pronounced the curse upon Eve. He said, your feet will crush the serpent's head. That was the first prophecy of Jesus. And that was back in Genesis in the fall. That's pretty awesome.
But no, it's not. Look, the Bible is only like cool if you already if you're prone to believe it. Other than that, like it's fucking crazy. It's one of the most moronic books that has ever been written. Like the story of Lot and his family is insane. Like they have to flee Sodom and Gomorrah because too many people are gay. And then which isn't really what it says in the Bible, but that's what it's been turned into. And then his wife turns around and looks at the city, so God turns her into a pillar of salt. So then he has to go wander in the wilderness, but then his daughters want babies, so they get him drunk, and then they take advantage of him, and they get impregnated. Like, bro, it's a silly book. Like,
well, I didn't believe in it either until I felt the Holy Spirit when I was 16.
That's not real, bud. The Holy Spirit's not real. It's not. I've had the exact same. Back when I was religious, I remember I had this religious experience. I thought it a religious experience. I was a Mormon missionary, and I was thinking like how I had never had like a powerful experience, and I thought about like, do I even know if Jesus is real? And so one day I fasted for like 24 hours, so I didn't eat, so I was very hungry, and then I sat in a quiet, dark room, and I turned on a song. It was called "How Great Thou Art." I don't know if you've heard that song. I turned it on in a quiet room after fasting, and I felt all these like this surge of emotion, right? And I was like, "Oh my God, this is it. This is my answer." And then when I got home from being a Mormon missionary, where you're not allowed to like consume any music that isn't like Mormon approved, same with movies, I got home and I turned on a movie. The first movie I watched when I got home was called Gridiron Gang. It's a movie starring The Rock. And there's a scene in that movie where his football players bring him roses to give to his mom who is sick, and I felt the exact same feeling. It's called emotional manipulation. What you're being told is that those feelings that you have are from like some being on high, but it's not. It's just your own brain. It's just your own brain giving you those feelings.
No, what I'm trying to say is
because I can recreate them all.
No, you're right. There is a difference between emotion and the Holy Spirit.
There's not. No, there isn't. There isn't.
How do you prove that?
Because I felt the exact same thing. One was with the Spirit and one wasn't. If you're making that claim,
based on your experience.
It's based on your experience too. If you're making the claim that there's a difference, it's up to you to prove there's a difference. But there is no difference.
So you are hardcore set that over 200 prophecies fulfilled in Christ are all just a bunch of lies.
I don't think that you have. I don't think you can prove any of those prophecies were fulfilled by Christ. I think that they're nothing more than coincidence.
They're accepted in academia.
They are not accepted in academia as fulfilled
Yes,
by
they
Christ.
are.
They are accepted that things happen.
I went to seminary and I learned this. I paid $106,000 to learn that they're accepted in academia.
Going back first, like I don't care about that. I think that's silly. I think it's absolutely silly to think that academia agrees that the biblical prophecies have been fulfilled. I think you could look at things in the Bible and say, oh, they did say this and it happened, but I could predict things too. I've predicted things that I've gotten right before too. It happens. And the amount of time I used to be way more. I used to be a professional sports bettor. I predicted things for a living. I would get
that
things.
Was for money. You were motivated. I'm talking about God moving on the planet out of his love.
All right, what does this have to do? By the way, what does this have to do with Trump? I don't give a fuck about this. Sorry, I don't. I'll try not to curse.
Honestly, I don't really. Trump? I called in because Trump is a Christian. I'm trying to correlate. I'm trying to share.
So, if Trump is a Christian, if Trump is a Christian, can you explain to me him look? And by the way, God, why is everybody looking the other way? How come all these famous Christians are looking the other way as the Israelis committed genocide on the Palestinian people?
So you do believe
I said
that murder is wrong?
The question I asked was, if Trump is a Christian, why is he looking the other way at a genocide?
Because he believes that God is with Israel.
Why would God be with Israel?
Because they were chosen in the Old Testament. I mean, he said he made a covenant with Abraham.
Chosen to what? Chosen to be able to murder children?
To be blessed. Be blessed.
Yeah, but does that mean, if you're blessed, does that mean you get to murder children?
Well, blessed people do evil things all the time. That's called sin.
Oh, so it's just like a loophole. Because they got blessed by God, they can just do whatever they want now. So we have to support them.
God judges
even when
every
they do,
human being.
But God doesn't judge you if you support a genocide, apparently, right?
God is holy, men are sinful.
I understand that, but my question is, how is it that it seems largely that the most outspoken Christians in this country are also in line with supporting a genocide?
Well, I believe that murder is wrong.
I understand, but listen, brother. At some point, you have to start answering questions directly, or I've got to go. Okay, I'm asking you a question about Trump. I'm not asking you about your beliefs. I'm asking you if this guy, like, because you're telling me he's a Christian because he said, I accept Jesus. Okay, cool. I agree. He said, I accept Jesus. When I read about Jesus, Jesus to me is a vagabond communist. You think Jesus would be cutting taxes for rich people? You think Jesus would be or his disciples would be out there cutting food for poor people? You think Jesus would be out rounding up immigrants and putting them in jail? You think these are all the things that Jesus would do?
You asked me if Jesus would cut taxes for rich people. When did he do that?
He didn't. In fact, he was very adamant about rich taxes. He talked about it. Do you remember when he went in and he overturned the tax tables? Do you remember that? Do you remember when he said it was? Do you remember what he said?
That was because it was his father's house. But my question is, you're asking about Jesus cutting tax. You asked me.
I said, do you think he would? It's an opinion. Do you think if Jesus was president, he would cut taxes for rich people, and to pay for that, he would cut benefits for poor people?
I don't know what Jesus would do because he's way more wise than I am.
It's weird weird how definitive you can be sometimes when you want to be, but when it conflicts with what you are supporting currently, suddenly you don't have an answer for it.
I have an answer for every one of your questions.
Yeah, but every time, but mostly
sound.
It's always I don't know when Trump is a hypocrite, right? Oh, I don't know.
Well,
God is unknowable.
Everyone is a hypocrite?
Sure.
Well, then why are you picking on Trump? Why don't you pick on anybody else?
Well,
Trump's just famous.
Well, I just don't think that there's anything about Trump that leads me to believe he's a Christian. He never goes to church. He can't cite a single verse in the Bible. He doesn't act like a Christian. I think that what happens is, and just if we're being honest here, there are a lot of people, probably like this guy. What was his name that you had me search? This guy, James Dobson. There are a lot of people who use your beliefs to dupe you, and Trump is one of them. Trump's just lying to you about being a Christian so that you'll
use religion all the time to do bad things.
And
Look
I
at the
believe
Crusades.
I believe that that's what the Republicans are doing right now. They're using your faith against you so that you'll support things that are clearly anti-Christian. I don't have a problem with you being Christian. I'm just confused how I read the New Testament over 100 times. I'm just very confused why Jesus says it's easier for a camel to fit through an eye of a needle than a rich man to get to heaven, and yet here we are supporting a rich man with a cabinet full of rich people. I see that Jesus is helping the homeless. I read the story of the Good Samaritan. I don't see any of that from conservatism. I see mostly benefiting rich people. I see the way that the homeless now Trump is talking about rounding up homeless people and putting them in camps so that nobody has to see them. Like, this is exactly what Jesus would be against. Exactly. Jesus didn't.
Yes.
He didn't preach about hating trans people or LGBTQ people.
You are exactly right. You are exactly right.
So then why keep
Jesus
supporting this administration?
What?
So then why would you support this administration?
If you have a person that stands up for 100 good things, and you have a person like Biden that stood up for 2 good things, who are you going to vote for?
What good things does Trump stand up for?
Closed borders.
Do you think Jesus is for closed borders? Hold on, we're talking about Christianity,
Absolutely.
right? So what part?
Absolutely, Jesus is for closed borders.
What part of Jesus' teachings lead you to believe he is for closed borders?
He said, love your neighbor as yourself. Right?
Yep.
So if you love your neighbor, you don't want your neighbor's house to get broken into by a shooter or a rapist, right? And we can't have a country without safety unless we know who's coming in, like vet them. And you can't vet them without legal process.
Well, I have a little bit of a problem with your logic there, because if loving your neighbor is that you have to protect them, right? If you love your neighbor, then you're protecting them. Can you explain to me why American-born citizens commit crimes at higher rates than immigrants? Why are you protecting them against immigrants who commit crime at a higher rate or at a lower rate? Wouldn't you want to be wouldn't you want to be focused on?
I don't know the data on that.
Well, I do.
I don't know the data on that.
Well, I do,
but I know
and you can look it up. So let's just assume, since you don't know, let's just assume if I'm wrong, you can come back and you can tell me about it. Let's assume though the immigrants commit crime at a lower rate than American citizens. Does that screw up that philosophy that closing the border based on the idea of loving your neighbor? Does that screw up that ideology?
To answer your question, if someone steals your car, do you want them to go to jail?
This is a weird, when you say to answer your question and then you ask me a question, that doesn't answer the question.
No, it will if you give me a moment.
If somebody steals my car, do I want them to go to jail? Not necessarily, but it may be. Well, because I've had
you would say yes.
No, I've had my car broken into, and that person did not go to jail. And when I could have gone and given my impact statement to make them go to jail, I didn't want to. This was a person who had substance abuse problems, and they had the opportunity either to go to jail or they could seek help. And I thought it was better for them to seek help. I got everything back.
Right. Do you want justice for crime?
Do I want justice for crime? Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So if someone does a crime against you, you want justice.
Sure.
So if someone and there has to be laws to have a country, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if someone breaks the law and enters illegally, then why would they not be punished?
I don't care about that. Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't think people should go to jail for that.
Okay, so you want open borders?
Well, the thing is, the thing is most of the people that are here illegally, more than 90% of them came here legally. So closing, no matter how closed our borders would have been, it wouldn't have mattered, right? If somebody can come, because our borders aren't closed. Like, you can come here legally, right? We agree on that?
All right.
Okay, 90% of the people that are illegal here came here legally. So how would we? There's no way to stop that with a closed border, right?
Right, and
okay,
well, let me interrupt you.
So, but again, let's go back to this, because you said that having closed borders is because you love your neighbor, so you're protecting them. But most of these people, one, it wouldn't have been stopped by closed borders, but two, they're also less dangerous than your neighbors. If you look like me, and you have I have a daughter, The most dangerous person to my daughter is a white Christian conservative man. By leaps and bounds. That is the most dangerous person to my daughter. So should I be advocating that we get rid of white Christian conservative men?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then what's the difference here?
The difference of what? The illegals coming in?
You wanting to get rid of people who are here illegally that are less of a threat to my daughter. Because again, I'm supposed to be for protecting my neighbor. My next door neighbor, they also have a daughter. The neighbor on the other side, they have 2 daughters. So collectively, between the 3 of us, like the biggest threat to our children are white Christian conservative men. So by your logic, wouldn't I have to advocate for the deportation of white Christian conservative men?
What about the burden?
Could you answer that question real quick?
I'm
fine with you going on to the next part, but can you answer that question?
Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm answering your question with a question.
So would you say, by your logic, that's what I should advocate for, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying to answer your question, if you put a burden on the healthcare system, that affects your finances, correct?
They don't put that big of a burden on the healthcare system. If I want to look at the healthcare system and the burden on my finances, the first place I'm going to go, the thing that affects me the most when it comes to burdening my healthcare prices, is a greedy CEO. So again, by using your logic, if I'm going to take the person most responsible for me having to pay high healthcare costs, I'm going to go look at corporations who steal from the people that pay them, who deny coverage, and who pay out shareholder money before they pay out coverage. So again, using your logic, if I'm taking the person most responsible, I'm going to take conservatives again, and I'm going to take the executive class with the healthcare companies.
If you were king of America, would you establish rules for America?
I sure would.
You personally.
I sure would.
Okay, so why are you hating on Trump because he wants to establish rules?
I'm not hating on him for establishing rules. I'm hating on him for being a dipshit and establishing stupid rules. Just like if I established stupid rules as the king, I would expect that people would criticize me. Or if I was president. See, but I get criticized every day. I'm just not a thin-skinned bitch, and Trump is. And his followers have turned into him, where any criticism of him somehow becomes a criticism, like an attack on them.
I don't follow him. I follow God, but I appreciate him more than other presidents.
So Joe Biden, a man who, by all measures, has never cheated on any of his spouses. He went to church his entire life. There is literally no personal scandal. He went to church every day as president. He spoke openly of being a Christian. Kamala Harris, who goes to church regularly, has spoke openly about being a Christian, has no scandal in her life. Those 2 people were anti-God, but the guy who's cheated on every one of his spouses, the guy who cheats on his taxes, who cheats in businesses, who has left people bankrupt all across this country, who tried to overthrow our government through a violent insurrection where he refused to call in the National Guard and help them. That guy is with God. But the 2 other people that you could have voted for, Joe Biden in 2020 and Kamala Harris in 2024, who are absolutely, by every definition, Christian and follow Christianity much closer than Donald Trump, those people are evil, but Donald Trump is the one that is with God. Is that correct?
Can a good tree bear bad fruit?
I'm just wondering if that's correct. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, to answer your question, can a good tree
No, I need you to answer
fruit?
it more directly, and then I'll answer your question. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not gonna get into hints about.
It's 100% what you're going to get into. It's what we're going to get into. It's what we're going to get into. Because you made the claim that I'm with Trump because Trump is with God. So I'm trying to figure out why Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were not with God, but Trump was. What's the difference?
So you're saying the fruit of
I'm asking you
like
to explain what you mean when you said I voted for Trump because he's with God. What do you mean by that?
He confesses Jesus as Lord, and
so does Harrison Biden.
For example, the part where he said no more men's and women's sports and all that.
Yeah, I think that's in Deuteronomy, right?
That's biblical. That's biblical.
Where is it? Genesis? Where is the part? What chapter is Genesis talking about men and women's sports? Can you cite me the verse? I'll pull it up.
God created men, and God created Adam and Eve, man and woman.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because God did not design men to hurt women.
Hurt
and
women?
Men are stronger.
What do you mean hurt women?
Yeah. Well, Eve was a helpmate because God purposely created her weaker to be a helpmate.
Do you know about
So if you put a
Do you know
man-
about the sexual assault claim from Trump's wife?
Okay, no.
Oh, you don't know about that? Yeah, you should look at Trump's first wife when she accused him of sexual assault.
What does it have to do with men?
Well, because again, you're saying that you're with Trump because Trump wants men out of women's sports, but like you have serial abusers all over the GOP, and Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been credibly accused by more than 30 women of sexually assaulting them.
So at what point does a person become moral enough to leave? Like, where's your?
I don't
bottom
base. Well,
line?
here's the thing. Here's the problem. Stop basing shit on morals. It's fucking stupid. It's really fucking stupid because you have been led to believe that Donald Trump somehow is this godly man. You are easily tricked. The reason I don't like religion, the reason I don't like these debates at all, is because all you're doing is allowing yourself to be lied to over and over and over again. You don't care what Donald Trump does because you're like, oh, well, he sides with me on. I also think trans people are icky. By the way,
I am not unintelligent. I do not let people lie to me. I'm smarter. I'm smarter because
let me ask you this: who pays tariffs? Do other countries pay tariffs?
Countries, yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
So when Donald Trump slaps a tariff on like he just did on steel imports, who pays that tariff?
Well, at first, the country does. Yeah,
what country
pays the tariff.
Let's say the steel is coming from China.
Like if it's China, yeah. If it's China pays to get it in here. Yeah.
I got bad news for you, brother. I got real bad news for you. I do think that you get lied to and you're just not aware of it because you're focused on something as silly and trivial as do trans people get to play sports. Tariffs are a tax on American people. They are an import tax. I just played a video right before you came up explaining them. So if I want to import steel from China, I order the steel from China and they charge me whatever price they charge me. And when I go to the port to get that steel, I write a check to the United States government for the percentage of the tariff. I pay it as the importer. You are absolutely somebody who allows yourself to be lied to. Let me ask you a bunch of questions then about things that are or are not true. In Springfield, Missouri, was there any story that was backed up of Haitian immigrants eating people's pets?
There were local news people that reported it. They said they went to the pond and got the duck out.
Did anybody ever confirm that?
Just the local news.
The local news was a story of one woman, and she said that she lost her cat, and then they dug through the fire pit at her neighbor's house, and they found bones, and they called the police and said that they ate our cat. Right? That's the news report you're talking about.
Are you asking me if I think Fox News is biased?
That's the news report you're talking about, right?
Fox News.
I'm not asking you if Fox is biased. Please don't run from this. That's the story, right?
Yes, it was.
And JD Vance and
yeah.
Donald Trump repeated that, and they repeated that story multiple times, right?
Correct.
Have you ever heard them apologize and say, "I'm sorry, that story wasn't true"?
Well, according to the one woman, it was true.
Well, bad news again. Guess what? She found her cat in her basement like 2 weeks later.
Well, see, the story I heard was about ducks and
So nobody ate it, right? So nobody did eat her pet, did they?
So you're wanting humility
right?
from Trump.
Right?
You would accept Trump if he was humbler?
As what?
You would accept Trump's policy that he was humbler.
Humbler?
If he apologized, you would forgive him and accept him.
Sure. Yeah, but I'll name one time Trump admitted he was wrong ever. Springfield, Ohio. Sorry, I said Missouri. Thank you.
Oh, I mean, one time Biden admitted he was wrong. It's called pride.
No, Biden admits he's wrong all the time. I can pull him up. He said he said it was a mistake for him to say that it's time to put Trump in a bullseye.
Oh, that was good.
All right, now your turn. When did Trump admit he was wrong?
You got me on that one.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
In fact, I can't think of a single president who hasn't admitted they were wrong except for this guy. Now, one of the pride, isn't that a sin?
Yes, sir.
Lying, is that a sin?
Yes, sir.
Adultery, is that a sin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so but Trump is godly, right?
Well,
Trump's
you
with
gotta
God.
understand,
Trump's with God.
in order to go to heaven, you don't have to be perfect. You have to be mature.
You just have to hate trans people, right? And then you're good.
Well, I think that he wants to protect people from getting hit in the head, girls from getting hit in the head, like that one girl on the volleyball team that got her head hurt. You know, she had to have surgery, and now she's like permanently scarred from that dude that pounded her in the head.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? So you think that what God's most focused on, he'll ignore. He gave 10 commandments for a reason. He told you not to focus on money. He told you not to that you needed to help the needy, to help the most I guess needy people in the world. He talked about caring for the sick, for the poor. But you read the Bible, and what you took from the Bible is that because God created Adam and Eve, man and woman, that the thing that he cares about the most is a girl getting hit in the head with a volleyball by a trans person, right?
I didn't say that's the thing he cares about.
Okay, well then why did you do that? When I brought up all of these other things, why do you keep reverting back to that?
No, I was just giving you the biblical precepts for.
It's not, by the way, it's not a biblical precept. God, there's a lot of things that exist in this world right now that God never mentions ever. And should all of those things not exist?
Have you ever read Genesis?
I've read the Bible many times, sir. Many times.
Rachel, how is that not a precept?
The
it's all
question,
through the Bible.
Well, it doesn't.
Homosexuality being sin is all through the Bible. It's in the New Testament.
Wait. You know what they talk about in the Bible way more than any of those things? Adultery. It seems that God cared a lot more about adultery than any of these other things. And yet you guys don't and yet you guys don't focus on thou shalt not commit adultery. It's one of the 10 it's one of the 10 things. It's one of the 10 most important things in the Old Testament. That was the law in the Old Testament. In fact, the laws of the Old Testament, almost none of them have to do with being trans. But it does talk about, like, if you're going to eat pork, it does talk about mixing different fibers. It talks about what you should do if somebody steals. It talks about how many steps you should take. The Bible is very specific. So it's odd to me that as specific as the Old Testament is, you guys ignore most of those rules, and then you go find these opaque verses that don't technically describe what's going on today, and then you make that fundamental to your cause. Well, I call you guys bullshit Christians because you miss everything in the Bible. You miss the entire fucking thing, and you just look for opportunities to be bigoted.
You know, they found Sodom and Gomorrah.
Jesus, dude, listen, you have to start responding to the things I say. You can't just, like, whatever I say, you change the subject. I need you to explain. I need you to explain to me how a man who has broken almost all of the commandments is not a problem because he doesn't want men in women's sports. Again, I don't give a fuck about the Bible. You're the one that's using the Bible as your moral compass. I'm just asking you to explain to me how these obscure verses and things that they almost never talk about are more important than the things they talk about nonstop.
Well, I read from the Bible that there's no way to sin.
Sir, how is it that you are willing to overlook all of the things that the Bible talks about repeatedly with Donald Trump, and then you support him for something that the Bible doesn't even specifically talk about? I'm asking for you to explain your logic here. He walks with God, you said. Thank you.
Here's my logic. If you have a person who has the policies that coordinate with your belief system, and they get like 100 of them out of, let's say, 150 of their policies, like Trump does with my faith, and then you have Biden who goes against like 99 out of 100.
Give me an example of a time Biden went against your faith.
When he stole, when he got his family enriched by influence peddling.
Donald Trump's family has made almost $4 billion influence peddling. And by the way, that investigation into Biden found $0.00 made its way back to Joe Biden. And they found no correlation between Hunter Biden's businesses and Joe Biden's. You're telling me that
Donald Trump influence peddled?
He's made $4 billion, dude.
From influence peddling?
Yes.
How?
Where the fuck have you been?
Florida. I live in Florida.
Well, that actually explains it. Okay, let me explain this for you then. I get it. You live in Florida. You live in a fucking bubble. Donald Trump, 3 days before he entered the presidency, launched a crypto meme coin. Do you know what a meme coin is?
It's like a tribute coin, right?
It basically has no value. It's just something that you can, like, it goes up and down depending on how much people invest in it, right?
Oh, okay.
So Donald Trump launches this crypto coin where he gets 80% of the profits. Most of that money that has been invested into that coin has come from overseas, right? And then he held a special dinner for the 25 people who gave him the most money. He gets 80% of that. He's collecting a fee every time that's traded. He has made hundreds of millions of dollars off of one coin alone. Then he also launched Melania coin. And so you have all these people. We don't know where the money's coming from. Trump's collecting fees. Many of them, like Justin's son, if you can look up the name Justin's son, but among others, they were being investigated by the SEC for fraud. And Trump dropped all of their cases. So they gave him millions of dollars and he dropped their cases. How'd that happen?
Well, I think the Bitcoin is going to be associated with the market.
How did that happen?
Well, you got to give him kudos. You got to give Trump a little kudos.
That
he didn't take a
How
salary.
Did that happen?
Maybe he's butthurt because he didn't take his own salary.
Oh, so now he can do fraud.
If he did fraud, I'm against him.
Jared
Me.
Kushner. So when Jared Kushner left office, he got $2 billion from the Saudis. You want to explain that?
Oh, really?
I
did not know that.
Oh, yeah. Jared Kushner, who was in real estate, not very good at real estate, by the way, started an investment fund. And the people that invested in his fund right when they left office were all the people from the Abraham Accords. He got $2 billion. It's now up to something like $3.6 billion. All of that money coming from foreign entities. And he tells them, he's on the record saying, I have influence. I have policy influence. And I have, I forget, it's policy and there's another way he put it. Like basically, like he has influence in messaging. So he's literally selling his influence to foreign countries and getting billions of dollars. Trump has announced 10 plus real estate deals in all of those countries. In Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. When countries come to him now and come to negotiate with him, they offer, was it Kenya? I don't think it was Kenya. I don't remember what country was just here. They said to him, like, hey, if you help us out, maybe we do a golf and hotel project for you in our country. As the president of the United States, they're openly bribing him. But Joe Biden was bad because his son made some money, right?
Well, I'm teachable. Are you teachable?
I am. Look, brother, I used to be a Republican.
I can hear it in your voice. I'm serious. I can hear
Liberia,
it. When I first started talking to you, I was like, this guy, I thought you were a bad dude, but you're really, I respect you.
I appreciate that. Look, brother, I was a Republican my whole life. I left the Republican Party because of Donald Trump. Now, my views have all shifted since then. So it's not like I'm a Republican and I hold those same views and I just like Donald Trump. They've shifted. But I lost all of my friends, all of my family for turning on Donald Trump because I saw him for exactly what he is. He's a charlatan. He is selling out our country, man. He's selling it out. And he's selling it out to the highest bidder. What have you thought about at all, like why gas prices aren't going down, why energy prices aren't going down, why the cost of housing isn't going down, why food prices aren't going down?
You know, I've thought because it's going to take a while to heal from what Biden did.
Okay, so
that's my thought process.
Let's talk about energy then. Donald Trump is cutting deals with all these countries with tariffs, right? And as part of the deal, Correct. He's going to export natural gas, right?
I'm not aware of that, but yes, okay. I guess.
So So he's exporting natural gas, which we have a certain supply of. Basic supply side economics. If we send natural gas to other countries, if we sell it to other countries, that's less that we have here, meaning that the demand stays high, right? When the demand is high and the supply is low, prices go up, right?
Correct.
So when Donald Trump cuts these deals, he's telling these other countries, hey, I'm going to put tariffs on your goods, and then you're going to buy natural gas from us. What that does, in effect, just basic economics for you and I, that allows the oil companies or the natural gas companies to sell their product at a higher margin, or a higher margin, I guess, because their cost of creating it is the same. They get to sell their natural gas at a higher rate, which means you pay more. And on the flip side of that, we are paying higher costs of goods because we actually pay the tariffs. So while Donald Trump tells you guys that he's for you, he's for the American middle class, he's for the blue-collar worker, he's selling you out. And he's doing it by hiding behind Christianity and fighting these fake culture wars. I'm telling you, as a person on this side of the aisle, I have not one single time had a conversation with anybody on my side of the aisle when it's just us one-on-one talking about how we need to teach children about being trans, or how we need to make sure that trans people are playing sports, or how we make sure that trans people are in bathrooms. It's something that largely we don't discuss because we don't really care where somebody pees. It's a right-wing culture war issue that they distract you with. And Donald Trump distracts you with all this stuff, with immigration, with crime. He just went into D.C. Do you think the crime in D.C. has been going up or down in the last 30 years?
According to most outlets, conservative outlets, it's been going up.
Would you be surprised to know that this year crime is down 36% in D.C., and last year it was down 25%, and that in D.C. we are at near historic low crime levels?
That doesn't surprise me.
Okay, so why is Donald Trump sending in the National Guard, do you think?
Well, maybe he's an opportunist.
Maybe he doesn't want you to find out that he's screwing you economically. Maybe he doesn't want you to find out that his entire family has created an exit plan, a parachute, via crypto, and that they are making billions of dollars, and they are planning their exit. Like, as soon as he's gone, Donald Trump's going to die within the next 10 years. When he dies, everybody around him is going to lose the protection, the aura of Donald Trump. And these are all criminals, all of them. They've all been breaking the law. Elon Musk is a criminal. Don Jr., Eric Trump, criminals. They're all currently breaking the law. The only reason they're not being investigated is because Trump controls who gets investigated. That was part of Project 2025. So they're all creating... Donald Trump has never been more rich than he is now. He's made more money since he entered office than he had the rest of his life combined.
Did you know that most presidents were Freemasons?
I don't care about that. Let's stay on this. I don't care about that. I just want you to know.
You don't know about Freemasons?
I'm very aware of Masons. Joseph Smith who founded the Mormon Church, was a 33rd degree Mason. All of this symbolism that we did in Mormon temples, which I went through, all of those ceremonies, those were all stolen from Masons. My first year of college soccer, we were sponsored by a Masonic lodge, and I attended weekly meetings at the Masonic lodge. I know a ton about Masons. I'm just saying it's not relevant now. What I'm saying is that you and all of the people like you are being abused by this guy. He's using your Christianity, and he's using your faith, and he's using it so that you ignore the stuff that he's doing. And the influencers on the right that do this, they're doing the same thing. They're telling you that there is this massive culture war that we're losing. They're talking about degeneracy. They're talking about birth rates. They're talking about morals. And they're all doing this so that you will watch their show and you will pay them. And their end goal is just control. And Donald Trump's end goal was also control. Hold on. Stay with me. I'm fine with you having your religion. I'm fine with you having your religious beliefs. But you must see that what's happening to you because of your religious beliefs is that you are selling out yourself, your state, your country, and your future because you are wrapped up in culture wars.
No, I'm not wrapped up in
Yes, you are.
Culture wars.
Yes, you are.
I don't let culture. No, listen. I know you think I'm the average duped Christian, but I'm not.
You brought up trans people like shit. You brought up trans people like 10 times. You bring up immigration.
That's biblical. I stand with the word of God. I'm not going to back down.
You don't
on that.
stand with the word
Sorry.
of God. You seem
Yes,
to
I do.
you seem to
Yes, I
only
do.
stand well
I absolutely
you
do.
seem to only stand with God when it is politically convenient, because I asked you about the
No.
because I asked you about
You don't know me.
I asked you about the
You're just
hold on, I
pushing me-
asked you about the genocide in Palestine and you moved on. I asked you about Donald Trump breaking all 10 commandments and you moved on.
I said
But
murder is wrong.
But then when we
Murder is
talk,
wrong.
okay, so then why?
Murder is wrong.
Okay, what's more wrong, being trans or being a murderer?
When the Palestinians
what's more wrong? Hold
when
on.
Hamas killed
Excuse
the
me.
people on
Excuse
October
me.
7th, that was murder.
Excuse
when
me.
when
Excuse me.
they retaliated,
Excuse me.
that was murder.
Excuse me. What's more wrong, being trans or being a murderer? By your view.
There's no way to sin. There's no depth to sin. It's all sin. It all separates us from God. It all hurts other people.
All sin is the same.
Except for one.
So except for denying that God exists?
Blasphemy against the Holy Spirit, which
That's
is
the
basically
one.
rejecting the cross.
That's the one.
Rejecting the cross. Yep.
Yeah.
Atheism. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you notice how like you're very focused? You were very focused on one person getting hit with a volleyball, and you said I stand with Trump because he protects this one girl from getting hit in the face with a volleyball. But then it's radio silent when children are being sniped in the head. Using
I am not radio silent. I just said murder is wrong, but there's a difference between murder and killing in war.
No,
God advocated war.
None of these. Maybe you're unaware.
That was a murder.
Okay, maybe you're unaware of what's happening in Palestine. Then maybe you don't know.
I know what's going on.
Okay, so you're aware. You're aware.
I watched the YouTube videos.
So you're aware that every day, innocent children who are going to collect food are being sniped in the head.
I am aware that they are shooting
is that an
children,
act
yes.
is that an act of war or is that murder?
I think there's a moral line where you as a human being have to say, am I pleasing God or am I pleasing man?
I'm asking you.
And that soldier who shot that child, I think, was wrong.
Okay, so why doesn't Trump ever bring that up? Because again, you claim that your side of the aisle is protecting innocent people from being hit in the head with a volleyball. But where's the protection of innocent people here? Where's the protection of innocent people who are being rounded up illegally by ICE agents, children? Where's the protection for them?
Just like the children who were 300,000 missing children that were sex trafficked, they were brought in illegally.
That's a made up number.
No, it's
yes,
not.
it is. Do you want to know where that? Do you want
why
to know
do
where
you say that?
Because that number is an accumulation over 20 years of data, and that number is 300.
No, are you serious?
Yes, and that number.
Did you get? What's your source?
I could pull it up for a second. Let me explain it, and then I'll pull it up because I can't do. I'm bad at two things at once. That's based on 20 years of data, and that number is people that they just don't have contact with. So these people, they come to America. They have a sponsor. That sponsor may be a member of their family. They have a sponsor. They leave a phone number, and they're supposed to check in. So that 300,000 number is the number of people who stopped checking in sometime in the last 20 years. And Republicans lie to you because, again, they're telling you that they're protecting children, but they're not. Because I'm watching, like, R.J. May, Republican congressman, was just caught sending child sex abuse material. Not a peep from Donald Trump. He's like the 10th Republican to get caught this year. Not one single peep from Donald Trump. Every time an immigrant does something or every time a trans person does something, it is headline news. But when a Republican abuses children, not a peep ever. That's why I'm saying
Did you know
this
that
isn't
there was
about
a
children.
whistleblower there was a whistleblower that came forward and said he personally delivered these children from a facility to different sponsors, quote unquote sponsors. And all he was asked to do after that is call them one time. And often they would say, yep, child's fine. And then that was the end. Those children were sex trafficked. They were
No. Wait.
And it was a Walmart type facility.
How are you saying they were sex trafficked? How do you know that?
Well, they were trafficked. Let's just go there.
No, they weren't trafficked. They were brought here. They were given to a sponsor. Generally, a sponsor has to show some sort of
unknown sponsor.
Most of the time, a sponsor is some sort of kin.
Nope, it wasn't. He said it wasn't any kin. It could have been anybody.
Well, I don't believe that. I don't believe that whistleblower because we have laws. You don't just hand it over to anybody. Does that whistleblower have
If
any
you
proof
think
of
our
that?
government, if you don't think there's an evil side to government that they don't tell us about, that if there's not behind the scenes crap that goes on that's so
All right.
evil.
So just
you
so
want it?
we're clear here, you will believe any fucking conspiracy in the world. But when I bring up the fact that Donald Trump abuses women, that Donald Trump has been, by the way, credibly accused of abusing a child. Did you know that? Did you know there was a court case of a girl that said that she was sexually abused by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein? Are you aware of that?
I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm
No,
going.
I'm
You know
asking
what?
if you're aware of that.
I'm not aware of that. No.
Why do you think you're not aware of that? Just guess.
Because I work a lot.
Well, you're aware of a lot of things. Why do you think that you're not aware of any of these things I've brought up from the Trump administration?
I follow politics enough until I throw up and then I go back to the house.
It's because what you are fed on social media is a steady diet of fear mongering that is meant to make the left look evil and the right look good, which is how you wind up with a serial sexual abuser credibly accused of multiple sexual assaults, including sexual assaults of children, a criminal, a 34-time felon in the White House, because you are easily manipulated. That's why.
Never been easily manipulated.
You just told me a story about 300,000 children who have been sex trafficked. That is a dead lie.
I'm repeating from my schema what I know. You repeat from your schema what you know. Yes. Schema, it means experience, from your personal experience.
You have experience trafficking children?
No, I have experience listening to the news, listening to whistleblowers. I have experience researching. I've been researching a lot of politics
so the
stuff.
report the report that you're citing, the Homeland Security report that you're citing about the missing children, that's the 300,000 that's from Homeland Security. Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah. So this is that number. There were 32,000 migrant children who did not appear for their scheduled immigration court hearings between 2019 and 2023.
What is your source?
The Department of Homeland Security. Look, I can put it up on the screen here.
All right.
It's right here. Then it reports that DHS failed to file notices of court dates for an additional 291,000 children. So this might be the number you're looking at 300,000 then. I might have been the missing children is another number. I think it's 400,000, and that's over 20 years. So this report is where you're probably getting the 300,000, which is 291. That is that DHS didn't file notices of court dates. That's it. See how easy it is? So when they tell
we don't know if it was over 20 years. We just know it happened.
No, that was my bad. I thought you were citing the 400,000 missing children's.
Okay.
I didn't know that I don't know which one you're citing. There's a report about 400,000 missing children that is the total over 20 years. And then there's this report, which is close to 300,000, which is about not posting court dates. But you'll notice in here, as you read through this, there is not a single part of this that says that these children were sex trafficked. And this is the part where I say you get duped. They lie to you. They add stuff that's not in there. And then you're like, oh, Democrats are evil. And then you go to CNN and MSNBC and you're like, they're not talking about this.
No, I don't believe Democrats are evil.
Hold on. I'm not saying you conclude that. I'm saying that's what they're doing. They want you to believe that we're covering this up and that there is all this sex trafficking that we're ignoring, and it's the fault of illegal immigrants. What we have here is a problem with our court system in that we can't process asylum claims quickly. That's what this is evidence of. But you just said these children were sex trafficked.
I should have said trafficked because I don't know what happened to them.
Okay,
right.
Let's say trafficked. There's no evidence that these people were trafficked.
Yes, there is.
Where?
Whistleblowers. You're a whistleblower. I believe some of the stuff coming out of your mouth.
I'm not a whistleblower. I'm reading the report. I'm reading the OIG report.
Exactly. Oh,
it doesn't say.
So whistleblower is either lying or has a personal testimony.
But yeah, sometimes
that makes them more or less credible than you.
Well, first of all, sometimes whistleblowers lie. But what you told me the whistleblower said is not evidence of sex trafficking. What you said the whistleblower said is that he called once and then he was unable to contact them again. Even by the testimony you gave me, that's not evidence of trafficking.
No, they were brought from a facility, and he was told to take them to different sponsors, and there was no accountability for who those sponsors were.
Where's the trafficking? Where's the trafficking in this?
Because there's no accountability.
So
we don't know.
If there is no
we don't have a
accountability,
list of those sponsors.
so we do have a list of those sponsors, first of all. But if there's
Where?
no, how did we call them if we don't have a
Where?
list? How did we call them?
Wait, you just said we have a list of. Where do we have a list?
Well, if you're given to a sponsor, DHS will get their name and a phone number. You just said that. We were calling them.
I'm saying the government is.
Okay,
The
listen,
deep state
brother,
is in
how
on
did we-
sex trafficking. It's a business.
Who did we call? Who did DHS call? You said that he called once and then he couldn't get a hold of him again. Who did they call?
No, it wasn't DHS. It was the driver of the bus that was told to call.
That
Dude, it was a
the driver
it
of
was
the
a
bus?
shambles.
He didn't work for
The
DHS?
driver of the bus. I don't think it was DHS. I think it was deep state crap.
Listen,
Dude, you don't think that our government does things that we don't know about that's evil?
I do.
That's
but
what we should be fighting against, unaccountability.
You listen, brother, you don't know what our government's doing that's like in plain sight. I don't think you're a good source on this. You are completely unaware of what our government.
I know just as much as most people, maybe not as much as you, but I research. Thank you very much.
Brother, you said earlier that other countries pay tariffs. You are woefully uninformed.
I thought a tariff was a tax, and I thought they had to pay to get it in. That's why they're trying to.
Okay, but how could a government tax another country? Let's just walk through that. How would Canada? How would Canada?
I have 100 crates of bananas, and it's $100 a crate. And they're like, wait, it used to be 70. Well, no, now it's $100 because I added a tariff to it. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, blah, blah, blah. That's what a tariff is. That's what my understanding is.
Right. But listen, brother, in order for this to work, there would have to be some sort of mechanism by which countries can collect taxes on each other. There is no mechanism for that. Every country has its own constitution.
That's what I thought.
Well, you were wrong about that. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay,
A tariff
well,
is.
what if I'm wrong? So what? I'm not like perfect.
I know
I'm
you're.
just trying to.
Listen. Hold on. But the only reason you think that, and I'm telling you this, is because Trump says it, and then other people in Trump's realm repeat it. Everybody.
I got them from Fox.
I
did not
know,
get that from
and they're
Trump.
all repeating what Trump says, and even they know it's a lie. They're willing to lie.
I believe
for him.
that Fox is mostly corrupt. I do believe that.
Okay, but
So
listen,
where do we get as Americans? Where do we get a confident source of truth?
you just have to research stuff, man. There's an answer.
Amen. That's right.
Okay,
That's
but you
right.
don't.
You're absolutely right.
But you don't.
You're assuming you know what I do in my personal time. I
Well,
research all the time.
okay,
I
so-
may not be as knowledgeable as you, but I don't care. I just try to work my best way through this life. I mean, my family's.
And I'm trying to help. And I'm trying to help you learn how to research
appreciate
because
that. I
because
appreciate
the problem that my concern with you is the same concern I have with a lot of other people in this country, including my family. Right? This is deeply personal to me because I love my family. And I think that my family is intelligent, and I don't think that they want to support evil. But I don't think they know how to get correct answers. There is a not insignificant amount of people in this country who say, this is what I believe, I'll never know the truth, so I'm just going to choose. You don't have to do that. Literally everything Donald Trump says, you can fact check. So when Donald Trump is questioned, and he's on TV, I think most Americans do this. Donald Trump goes on in front of a microphone, and he talks about collecting trillions of dollars in tariff revenue from other countries. And a reporter says, I see that the number is billions, and aren't those tariffs paid by American citizens? And Trump says no. And most Americans watch that interaction and they go, that reporter, they just don't like Trump. I believe Trump. Or somebody watches it and goes, fuck Donald Trump. He lies about everything. I believe that reporter. There's an answer. It's not hard. Google who pays tariffs.
Knowledge is power.
So,
But
and Google it, and Google is free. So you can just Google who pays tariffs, and then you're gonna find out. Hold on, this is how you would solve this. Then you go, oh, so American consumers or American importers pay tariffs. Okay, cool. So that's a check written by American importers to the government. Now the second part: did we collect trillions or billions? And then you can go and you can go to government websites and you can see how much we've collected in tariffs. And what you would find out is that Donald Trump lied about both of those things. And then when you see a pattern emerging of Donald Trump lying about everything, you kind of stop believing him. When I tell you that if you and I sat down for an hour and I said, what do you believe? What are your political beliefs? Let's throw out your your religious beliefs, right? Let's see. I know it's hard to separate. I've come from a religious area. It's hard to separate those two. But if we said, like, give me the top 5 things that you agree with Donald Trump about, I bet all 5 you'd be wrong about. Just like you would have wrong data, and you would be believing something he said that was untrue. Do you want to test that real quick? I want you to tell me 3 things from this, like the 3 biggest things that made you say, Donald Trump, I support you in this election in 2024. What was the number 1 issue for you?
How about I tell you what I want politically without Trump in the picture?
Well, we have
Would
to
that
use
be better.
No, we have to use Trump because we're going to have to come up with an actual claim that he made, because I'm saying that I'm telling you you're being lied to. So it has to be something, maybe not specifically, but it has to be something that Trump has campaigned on. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Closed borders.
Okay. What do you think what do you think closed borders mean? Let's get definitions right. By closed border, what do you mean by that? It means
come in legally, so we have accountability.
Okay, great. So we've already covered that most of the people who come across the border come legally, right? Or that are here illegally. 90% of them came here either on vacation or on a visa, and they overstayed and they just stayed. So that leaves about 10%. During the Biden,
over 20 million illegals came in unaccounted for.
Watch this.
That's proven.
Watch this. Can you see my screen?
It's been dark this whole time. All I can get is audio.
If you go to the stream, if you look at the screen, do you have a second device? You can look at the stream. You can see this.
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh wait. Wait a minute. No. All I have. You are RTP.
I can share my screen.
Jehovah.
I think I can share my screen in the chat. Give me 1 second.
Is your first name Jay?
It is, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's wild. It's not. That's weird. Jehovah. That's weird.
Yeah. All right. You should be able to see my screen now.
Oh wait, I see something. Yes, cool.
All right. So if we look at Center for Migration Studies in New York, you can take a second here. It's a weird new, I've seen this twice now. Come on, load. Let me just do fact check here. All right. While this is loading, when you say 20 million people came into this country illegally, you're saying the claim is that 20 million people showed up during the Biden administration, and they showed up illegally and came to this country, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if we look, let's see if I can find the fact check here. All right. So this, what are we going to have here? This is from Border and Customs Control. This is illegal immigration monthly encounters at the southern border. So this is people that showed up at the southern border, and this is within 100 miles of the southern border. That's how they measure encounters, right? We see a peak of 250,000 in December of 2022, 301,000 December 2023. And these are just people that came across the border or were found at the border. I don't think this number adds up to 20 million. I don't think there's any way.
December is 1 month. So if it's 250 in 1 month, that means that the other months were similar.
Well, I'm looking.
Yes, that would be,
I'm just looking at.
That would be 10 to 20 million. Yeah.
I'm looking at total here.
Total. Oh, that's different. I thought you said December.
I was looking at the highest month. Somebody could add that up. It's not going to add up to 20 million. It's going to add. It's going to be significantly less than that. Now, these again are encounters. 100. Do they have a total here? However, when we look at like the videos that were being shown, you see like all those people waiting in Texas, standing in line in Texas, hour after hour after hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware that those are legal immigrants?
I have not seen that video, but I believe that there's a lot of people that want to come here legally and that try and do it right. It's the concern that they were able to freely cross under Biden, so that the Democrats could get
hold
votes.
on. Let's be clear about this. If you're saying freely cross, what you're saying,
yes, like
what you're saying is
climb the wall or whatever.
What you're saying, freely cross. Those numbers I just showed you of the 10 million, all of those people on those border encounters would have been sent back.
No, they snuck.
I know, but
I mean,
those encounters, if they were here illegally because they're within 100 miles, those CBP border encounters, if those people are illegal, they get sent back.
no.
Yes, that's how it works.
Biden paid for them to stay in hotels, and he ushered
Wait,
them
hold
in
on.
on
Let me
planes and
hold on.
tossed them around, gave them EBT cards.
Hold on, brother. Let me explain to you the difference between the numbers that I just showed you. The numbers I just showed you are again within 100 miles. Those are encounters. If anybody is found in those 100 miles, they are immediately deported. There's not even due process. There's no court case. The people that were being
What is the source? Where are you getting the source?
Well, you can look up CBP. So you can go look if you go to CBP's website and you have you get the definition of a border encounter. It'll tell you
What does CBP stand for?
Customs and Border Patrol. You'll see that those encounter anything that's labeled an encounter is within 100 miles of the border. And if somebody is encountered that's illegal in that stretch, they can be immediately deported. That's why Obama had so many deportations. They
can be. But doesn't mean they were.
We know that
there are
wait,
a lot of
hold on. Stay with me because I'm going to just define some things and then you'll understand what I'm saying. I don't know. Some of those people may not have been, right? We don't know. We could go compare the total amount of deportations. I'd have to add those up. But the people that were being given hotels, the people that were standing in line, those were asylum seekers. That is a legal process. If they come to our border and they declare,
where's your source for that?
For asylum?
Where's your source that those people that got bussed were not illegal? That even if they were asylum seekers, they're still illegal.
No, incorrect. So if you come to this country and you are seeking asylum, we have laws in this country that if somebody shows up at our border and declares asylum, unless they're like from a country where we don't allow asylum seekers, unless we have like a restriction, they are allowed due process. What that means is they get to come in and hear their asylum claim heard by a judge. Now,
right, but they never come back to court.
Wait, hold on.
That's the problem.
Hold on. Those asylum claims are rejected like 95% of the time. Most people who claim asylum never.
But how many people never go to court?
Hold on. Let me explain this to you. Just let me get through it. I'll explain it. Most of these people have their asylum claims rejected. Now, once they're here, you're right. You're identifying the real problem. The real problem that we had here is that there were so many people seeking asylum that our courts were overrun and we lost a lot of people. The solution for that is that we have to fix our asylum process. The only people that can change our asylum laws are Congress. So Congress would have needed to pass a bill to change our asylum laws in order to stop that process from happening. Congress wrote a bill to change our asylum laws and to reduce the total amount of people that could come over each day and cap that number. And if that bill would have passed through the House, then we would have had 0 border crossings for like 6 straight months. That would have been immediately ended. But Trump called Mike Johnson and said, don't vote for this. I need to run on this. And so Trump wanted to keep running on the lie that these were all a bunch of illegal immigrants that were coming into our country to commit crime. Now, let me ask you this. Let's just say Trump was right. Let's say that all these people actually had fake asylum.
How do you know he called Mike Johnson and asked that? What's your source?
Because Mike Johnson said that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He said he took a call from the president. So let's just assume that worst case scenario that Trump is right about all of this, that these people were not like legitimate asylum seekers. They're coming in and they're hiding, right? Let's just say that that's true. And then let's take the other part about Donald Trump saying that these people are coming in, they're committing crimes, they're beating our women and children, they're bringing drugs. Why did the crime rate go down during the 23 and 24? If we had 20 million criminals come into our country, how did the crime rate go down?
Are you saying the crime rate went down?
In 2023 and 2024, the crime rate was dropping. Yeah. You can go watch Kash Patel bragging. You can go watch Kash Patel.
You're saying that the Republicans lied to the public about what was really happening.
Bingo. And they did this thing.
What is the evil? Do you believe we should have a third party, or are you more for like Democrats?
I think the solution is Americans stop being so fucking lazy and stop being led by politicians. Like all politicians lie. I've always agreed with that. And
how are we lazy?
because we don't fact check. We just believe like what our side says.
I'll give you that.
And so what happens is, generally speaking, if I go back to Republican candidates, I can go back to before Trump. We had Mitt Romney, we had John McCain, you had Bob Dole, you had who was George Bush. They all lied, but not about obvious stuff. And on the left, you can go Joe Biden. You can go.
You do believe in morals.
Hold on.
You said, Sean, it's not about morals, but you just said they lied. So you are moral.
Brother, hold
Accept it.
on. Everybody lies. And what I think what we didn't
that's not true.
Hold on. All the politicians, every politician running for president has lied.
That's
what we're talking about.
True.
So I think the part that we didn't really recognize is how ripe we are or were for a serial liar. And Donald Trump lies about everything. And he has distorted truth in this country in a way that has never been done before. Where things that have overwhelming proof are now lies. And
what are the 3 qualities that you want in the next president?
Hold on, real fast. Let me just interject really fast. I have to do my thing. Just want to remind everybody that we are a ways away from our GIFO goal. I'm preparing for my final demon form. It does involve glitter and judgment. So if you guys could help us out, GIF goal top left-hand corner. The number's a little off. I think we're sitting at roughly, we got about 225 left. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all that go towards knocking out that remaining balance. Jay gets very involved in these conversations. So I just want to remind you guys that these are here, and Jay will read the messages when this conversation's over.
Yeah. So what I was getting at is that now we're in a situation that it's going to take decades to undo.
I'm sorry. There's a call coming. I'm going to ignore the call. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now we're in a situation where we will have to deal with Donald Trump for decades. Nobody believes scientists anymore. Nobody trusts our government anymore. We don't trust elections. We don't trust any news source, specifically on the right. And there's not a whole lot we can do about that, because no amount of fact checking or telling these people or showing these people that they're wrong changes anything. Because you guys have been flooded with so many lies that every time we correct one lie, you go, yeah, but there's still 800 other things that are true. Yeah, he might have lied about this thing, but this is true too. And if I had all day to sit here and go one by one, I'm telling you, like, everything that Donald Trump claims he stands for and everything he says, almost everything, is an absolute lie. The truth.
You believe America is screwed.
I do think that there's a lot of problems. Like, look at the state of America. Look at the divide between red states and blue states. Blue states have the education is way better. Blue states make more money. Blue states are more fiscally sound. It is the red states in this country that are the welfare recipients. It is the red states in this country that rely on blue states to pay all of their bills. And yet, you have a bunch of red staters looking at blue states and they're like, you guys are bankrupt. We can't even agree on what math is. And now you have a whole group of red states that are arguing against education. They need you to be dumber. They need you to not.
Do you think our voting system is secure?
Yeah. So, yeah, pretty secure.
Well, then there's hope for America.
Okay, but and that's why I think on this side, like, my goal is to talk to people in red states and MAGA Republicans and get you the fuck out of this cult. You're in I've been in a cult. This is a cult. Nobody that's ever in a cult thinks they're in a cult, but this is a cult. All the things that you guys care the most about are not true. They're just fundamentally untrue. Everything that you think we care about is not what we care about. You're a fearmonger to every single day. And this is going to be.
I believe that, but I also believe that truth will prevail. And, like, for example, the fact that you said, oh, I'm a fact checker, that is what kind of change we need in America.
Yeah,
like,
but you've got to do it too. Right, you've got to No, it's the citizens. We can't stop looking at elected officials and saying they fucked it up, because Trump is a dipshit. And if Americans were doing the work that they should do, if Americans were fact-checking, if right-wing news organizations cared about being honest and not the bottom line, then we wouldn't have Trump. Because he's one of the dumbest human beings ever to be in any office. And I mean that. He speaks at a 4th grade level. He is remarkably
there's a
stupid.
deep state that needs amended?
No.
There's no deep
I
state.
think Americans need to wake the fuck up. I'm tired of Americans blaming everything on
deep state.
No, this is your shit too. Now you want to blame the deep state. You want to blame everybody but
I'm
yourself.
asking because they were whistleblowers that said that there were FBI agents in January 6th crowd spurring people forward. So that could have been a psyop.
And
That's my opinion.
So when the whistleblowers came out and they said that, what was your next step?
Yeah.
Then what did you do? You heard the whistleblowers say that. I'm assuming you went and fact checked that, right? To see if they were true, if that was true.
Oh, that's what I heard on Fox News.
Why didn't you fact check it?
Well, I don't fact check everything because
Why didn't you fact check that?
50 hours a week.
This is what I'm saying.
Because I believe there is a deep state that does corrupt
So the
things.
prob-
I mean, look
yes,
what they
yes.
did in the CIA with all the
Hold on,
testing
hold on.
on children.
Hold on. This is the point. You believe.
There are people
Hold
in the CIA
on,
that even
dude,
admitted
stop.
to demonic
Stop,
activity,
please.
doing
Stop.
demonic things.
Please stop. Please stop. This is the point. And this is my problem with the right wing in general. You guys have you have a narrative that you believe in. And so if you hear something that fits the narrative, you just believe it. You want to know about those FBI informants? You want me to tell you the truth about those FBI informants?
Yes, please.
They were informants. They were not FBI agents. They were not working for the FBI. And guess what? Means they were sources. Because there's a bunch of right-wing extremist groups that were there on the Capitol on January 6th. The Proud Boys, the Boogaloo Boys, the Oath Keepers, the whatever those idiots are that marched together. And the FBI had informants in all of those organizations. These aren't FBI agents. These are people that the FBI turned into sources. The FBI did not know any of them were there. Meaning like they weren't on assignment. They didn't assign a single one of those informants. The reason that we know there were FBI informants in the crowd is not because the FBI was forced to tell us. It's because when the FBI started investigating and finding all the people in the crowd and they were putting out all those pictures and they did this entire investigation, they found that out of the thousands of people there was like 30 plus of them that were FBI informants. Meaning that these people already had joined right-wing extremist groups before the FBI knew who they were. Then the FBI found out who they were and maybe used leverage, maybe they committed a crime, whatever, and they were using these people as informants. And those people went with their right-wing brothers and sisters to the Capitol that day.
Why do you think Trump is not releasing the files?
No, we're staying on this because I want to do January 6th with you because I want to explain to you how badly it pains me that we still argue about January 6th. There was planning. There was intelligence that was shared with the president beforehand that there would be massive demonstrations. And there was intelligence shared with the president that some of these people, like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, were planning to be violent on January 6th. The president with that knowledge, held his speech at the Ellipse, where he and other right-wingers used hyperbolic language like fight like hell. And yes, he said peacefully and patriotically, and he said all these things. We also know that people came to that speech with weapons, that they had guns, and that when they went through the magtrometers, whatever they're called, the metal detectors, they were caught. And Trump said, "Let them through. They're not going to hurt me." Knowing that these people were going to come there first and then go to the Capitol. Now, they weren't let through. Thankfully, Secret Service did their job. And then these people marched down to the Capitol. And then they attacked the Capitol. And now we know, just now, revisionist history, you know that Donald Trump put the National Guard in D.C., right? Because he's allowed to do that because he's the commander-in-chief of the National Guard in D.C. So he didn't have to ask Mike Johnson or the mayor of D.C. to send the National Guard in, which he's doing right now.
You know, he said let them through. They can't hurt me.
Hold on. It's been that's testimony from the January 6th commission. I know Cassidy Hutchinson testified to that. There were others that testified to that.
The commission was compromised.
I know, but hold on. Be quiet. You're going to listen for a little bit, okay? So then they go down to the Capitol. So Trump knows that there's people with weapons. He knows that there's people that are planning violence. And Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief, and he oversees the National Guard of D.C. because there's no governor. So they attack the Capitol, and Trump refuses to call in the National Guard. Mike Pence is calling him, begging him to do it. Nancy Pelosi's calling. Mayor Bowser's calling. Multiple Republican senators and congresspeople are calling, begging him to send in the National Guard, and he doesn't do it. And then the story evolves.
No, you're wrong.
Hold on.
Pelosi said on video, it was
You're going to
my
be quiet.
fault.
Hold on. You're going to be quiet for a little
She
bit.
was in
Okay.
charge of the guard.
Hold on. You're going to be quiet for a little bit. And then Trump made up this story that Nancy Pelosi is in charge. Let me just, so we cover this.
No, I heard it from her own lips.
Hold on. No, you didn't.
She said it on video to her daughter in the car.
Be quiet. No, you didn't. You are misinterpreting what she
that
said.
was a
Hold
fake video?
Hold on. You're misinterpreting what she said, and I will play you the video in a minute. Okay? I'll play that video for you, and after I explain this, I think you'll acknowledge that you're wrong. I'll play the video. I need you to I need you to understand like how the military is organized. Every state has a National Guard in this country, and the leader of the National Guard is the governor, right? You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The DC has a National Guard as well. There's no governor in DC, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the DC National Guard is unique in that they are the only National Guard that reports directly to the Secretary of the Army, who reports to the Secretary of Defense, who reports to the Commander-in-Chief. So ultimately, Donald Trump, the Commander-in-Chief, has the ability to move the National Guard, the DC National Guard in when he needs to, which is evidenced by what he just did in DC, right?
Correct.
We agree with that? Okay. Now let me pull up the Nancy Pelosi clip. Now, Nancy Pelosi on that day was third in line to be Commander-in-Chief. First in line, there goes TikTok. First in line is Trump. Then you have Mike Pence as the vice president, and then the Speaker of the House is third in line, right?
Correct.
Okay. So in order for Nancy Pelosi to be in charge of the National Guard, Trump and Mike Pence would have to be incapacitated, correct?
I don't know, but if you say so, I'm going to believe you.
Well, that's how the chain of command works. Now I'm going to share my screen again here for you. Got it. Sorry. How do I do that? Let's jump in here. It is this one. Can you see this?
Let's see. All I see is a. Now, if I hit the button "Watch Stream," will that be able to see it?
Click that. Yeah.
Okay, let me see. Oh my gosh. I could have been watching this the whole time.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So now this is the video you're talking about. Nancy Pelosi talking to her daughter in the car,
Yes.
right? Okay, I'm going to play this video.
Correct.
And now we're going to listen to what she says. And this is at the end of this, I want you to think like, why did they tell me that Nancy Pelosi said this was her fault? Right? Here's the video.
All right,
we
go ahead.
have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing when they've already breached the inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police? I mean the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
That
resources.
is not a question of how they had been. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Who is she talking about when she says, I take responsibility for not having them prepare for more? Who is she talking about?
She's talking about the people that called her.
No, she's talking about, I'll play it again.
The inaugural stuff that should we call the Capitol Police?
She's talking about the Capitol Police. She's not talking about the National Guard.
Well, then why did they call her if Trump and Pence were the people in authority?
The Capitol Police is under the authority of the Speaker of the House, not the National Guard.
No, you said the National Guard is if they're incapacitated. So you're not saying that they refused to call on that. They called her to see if she could get it done.
They called her about They called her about the Capitol Police. She says that I didn't have the Capitol Police prepared enough. There's got to be accountability. I wasn't prepared enough for this attack with Capitol Police. That's her accountability.
Okay. Well, then that was propaganda by the right.
Why do you think they say that though? Why do you think they tell you that Nancy Pelosi was in charge?
Well, they want votes.
Okay. I agree with you. This is another. Right. This is an example of again them lying.
How do we
so now,
this dilemma as Americans? How do we get somebody?
Let me show you. I want to show you one more thing here. This is a letter dated January 4th, 2021. The attack was January 6th, 2021. This is a letter from Christopher Miller, who was the acting Secretary of Defense, one below Donald Trump. 2 days before this happened, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. He says, this is a letter to Muriel Bowser, who was the mayor of D.C. And he said that this memorandum responds to your January 4th memorandum requesting the District of Columbia request for District of Columbia National Guard support in response to planned demonstrations from January 5th to January 6th. So Republicans tell you now, and they didn't say this at the time, they told you that it was Pelosi's fault that they didn't call in the National Guard. And they also say that Mayor Bowser never requested National Guard troops. Here is the acting Secretary of Defense saying, I'm responding to your request to have National Guard on January 5th and January 6th.
When was this letter penned?
January 4th.
What date?
January 4th.
Okay.
And what it says here is, you are authorized to approve the requested support subject to my guidance below. So it says, without any subsequent personal authorization, the D.C. National Guard is not authorized the following: to be issued weapons, ammunition, bayonets, batons, basically any weapons. That they cannot interact physically with protesters except when necessary in self-defense or defense of others. That they can't employ any riot control agents. That they can't share equipment with law enforcement agencies. That they can't use intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance (ISR) assets to conduct incident awareness and assessment activities, to employ helicopters or other air assets, to conduct searches, seizures, arrests, or other similar direct law enforcement activity, to seek support from any D.C. National Guard units. So he says, look, they can be there, but unless I approve it, they can't do any of this stuff. They're not going to be able to go in there with weapons and break up the crowd. He says, at all times, the D.C. National Guard will remain under the operational and administrative command and control of the commanding general of the D.C. National Guard, who reports to the Secretary of Defense through the Secretary of the Army. You may employ the QRF only as a last resort and in response to a request from an appropriate civil authority. If the QRF is so employed, D.C. National Guard personnel will be clearly marked and or distinguished from civilian law enforcement.
Who made this request of this man? Why do you have to send a letter?
Muriel Bowser, who was the mayor of D.C.
And who is she?
She was the mayor of Washington, D.C. And she was saying, because everybody knew there were planned demonstrations on January 5th and 6th, and they were all getting the same intelligence that they may be violent. So that's why.
So I thought that the mayor had no authority. Because it's D.C. It's under the president. So why is that relevant?
This isn't authority. The mayor can request from the D.C. National Guard. They can request, hey, can you come help us out? And then the Secretary of Defense can say yes or no. And in this case, the Secretary of Defense said, oh, yes, here's what they can do. And this is all they can do unless I approve something else.
Why does this matter? They didn't know it was going to happen.
Well,
they were just getting things in order.
They did know that it was going to happen. That's why they made the request for these specific dates. Now, the reason that this matters is once it got violent, DC National Guard was on standby. They were aware. They had been told, like, this, we may need to be called in. Christopher Miller and Ryan McCarthy, the acting Secretary of Defense and the acting Secretary of the Army, could not be contacted. For some reason, people were calling them. No, they weren't picking up their phones. It's alleged that they were in a skiff. I don't know if that's true or not. So then people started, Mike Pence and all the Republicans and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, they all started calling Trump's chief of staff because Trump wouldn't answer their phone calls. And they were begging him to get Trump to send in the National Guard. You've seen those videos of Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Mike Pence begging them to have Trump send in the National Guard. And they couldn't, and he wouldn't do it. So Trump's people attacked Congress to try and overturn the election. Trump refuses to send in the National Guard, which in and of itself is a problem. And then for the next 4 years, they change the whole story and try and tell you it was Nancy Pelosi's fault.
So you're saying Trump planned this?
No, I'm not saying Trump planned this. I'm saying people planned it, and Trump was aware through intelligence reports that there were many who were talking about violently overthrowing.
He was apathetic. So that
no, he didn't. He didn't call in the National Guard. You can watch him. He sat there on TV and watched Capitol Police be beaten by an angry mob, and he watched the angry mob break into the Capitol, breaking down doors and windows, and he saw them trying to push through barricades, and he did nothing. And then at the end of all of this,
let me ask you this.
Wait, hold on. Let me just finish. And then after all of this, which is bad enough by itself, somehow he convinced you and millions of other Americans that what you saw that day was actually Nancy Pelosi's fault. And you guys bought it.
Do you remember when that reporter from CNN that asked Trump live and he said, "Oh, you're a nasty person, aren't you?" Remember that interview?
He says it a lot. I think it was.
Chick.
I don't remember specifically.
Pretty, dark hair. He gets deflected all the time with.
Caitlin Collins? Are you talking about Caitlin Collins?
Yeah, Caitlin Collins.
Yeah.
And he pulled out that paper. Remember the paper he pulled out? He was prepared.
Yeah.
And he said, he goes, "Here's the time frame. Do you disagree with what he said that day in that interview?"
I don't remember what.
Repeated everything he said.
I don't remember what that is. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, go to that interview because he pulls out a paper and he says, "Well, here's the timetable on paper, and this is the actual record," and it shut her up.
I doubt it did. Where was this interview held? Was this in like a media scrum?
It was live on stage somewhere, and he said, "You're a nasty person, aren't you?" And she was like, "What?"
Let me see. I'll search it by nasty because that might come up.
You're a nasty person.
Now, can I just ask you if what you said just barely, if I show this video and what Trump shows wasn't proof, is there any scenario where you will say I'm not going to support MAGA Republicans anymore?
Well, when I go to vote, I'm going to vote for the person that most aligns with the Bible. But that's what I do ever since I became a Christian. Now, will I try to be more informed based on your influence? Yes. I think I need to be doing more research. Because, see, I have this is my personal thing, too, okay? I have an aunt who's extremely liberal, okay? And she's not a Christian. And I want her to be in heaven. But she will literally disavow her own family members. If we support Trump, she will disavow us.
That happens. That happens both ways, bud.
Yeah.
That happens both ways. I've lost virtually all my family and friends for speaking out against Donald Trump. That's people. People abandon their families.
That's terrible.
And
terrible.
Look, I think that's terrible most of the time. I don't think it's that terrible when it comes to Donald Trump. This is a man who
Bush.
I think Trump is by far the most morally bankrupt human to ever occupy any office in this country.
Well, I'm glad he's president because he says Jesus Christ is Lord, and no other president says that.
Except for Joe Biden. Wait, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Every president in the history of this country has declared Jesus Christ is Lord, except for one. You want to know who that one president who didn't say that was?
Who?
Trump, his first term.
No, Trump.
Yes.
Trump's been saying it all this time.
No, Trump didn't do this until his second term. Let's see if I found this clip. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. Trump did not say that. Trump literally said he became a Christian after he was shot at. All right, I think I have this clip for you.
No, he did not. James Dobson said he accepted Christ long before.
I don't give a fuck what James Dobson. I don't give a fuck what James Dobson says. He's Liberty University.
He's a reliable, trusted, respected
I'll have to look more into it. Let's see if this is the right clip. Do you have the screen share up still?
James Dobson is
Do you have this? Do you have the screen up still?
I actually do.
All right, I think is this the video you're talking about? Does this look right?
Yep, that's the one.
All right, let's see.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yes,
You
sir.
held on to those
Listen to it.
documents when you knew the federal government was seeking them, and
Oh, this is talking about the Mar-a-Lago documents.
you held on to those
No,
documents
this
when
isn't
you
the one
knew
then.
the
Tell me,
federal
just tell me.
government
Hold
was
on.
seeking them, and then had given you a subpoena to return
Are you
them.
ready? Are you ready? Can I talk?
Yeah, what's
You
the
mind?
answer?
Do you mind?
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple to. You're a nasty person, I'll tell you.
Can you answer why you held on to the
This event.
Oh, that's Dave Packman. Sorry. Is that the clip you're talking about?
That is, but I think it's either before that or after that. He pulls out a paper out of his.
Well, but they're talking
his
about
jacket.
the classified documents at Mar-a-Lago.
No, right there. They're talking about Mar-a-Lago, but this was in reference to January 6th. Yeah, you need to look that over because it is eye-opening.
You can't even tell me what it means. It's not eye-opening. Stop lying. It's not. You just at the time you said it was okay.
One person who was at the Capitol that day, as you know.
Let's see if it's this
Yeah,
one.
January 6th timeline.
Let's see if it's this.
One person who was at the Capitol that day, as you know, was your vice president, Mike Pence, who says that you endangered his life on that day.
I don't think he was in any danger.
Mr. President, do you feel that you owe him an apology?
No, because he did something wrong. He should have put the votes back to the state legislatures, and I think we would have had a different outcome.
So when she's asking for
Still there,
that,
Jay?
yeah, I'm still here. You hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it, but it says this stream is ended. Cricket noise.
Oh, you got to go out of that and then back. Just close it and then it's gonna be a new one.
All right. Okay.
All right. So this clip now, she's asking if he owes Trump or Mike Pence, his vice president, an apology. Now knowing that Trump could have called in the National Guard and these people were screaming, "Hang Mike Pence," and they were legitimately saying they were going to kill him. She's asking, do you owe Mike Pence an apology? Do you think Trump owes Mike Pence an apology?
I want to get to the part of the interview where he pulls out that
It is.
paper.
I just want to make sure. He's got the paper in his hand in this clip. If you go to the screen share. Is it not screen sharing? Let me do this. Sorry. There you go.
All right, watch stream. Let's see. Yeah, find the part where he pulls. There's the paper. You got it.
I'm trying,
That's it.
but do you agree with me? Do you think that Trump owes Mike Pence an apology?
I think Mike Pence wanted one thing and Trump wanted another, and they're two different. They have two different ideologies of what should have happened.
No. The people showed up at the Capitol chanting, we want to hang Mike Pence, and Trump didn't call in the National Guard. Do you think he owes Mike Pence an apology for not calling in the National Guard?
I don't know. I don't worry about Mike Pence's feelings if he's got his butt hurt over that because no one's going to hang him. But does he owe Mike Pence an apology for not sending in the National Guard and them chanting? I don't think chanting is going to. I think that's just freedom of speech. I mean,
yeah, but then they broke into the Capitol and they broke into the Capitol and they went into the chambers where Mike Pence would have been.
Oh, you're saying because he didn't send in the National Guard, he's complicit to possible murder?
No, I just want to know if he owes Mike Pence an apology for not taking his phone calls and sitting there watching on TV while people screamed that they were going to hang his vice president. And he sat there and watched police officers get the shit kicked out of him. And he watched them break into Congress, smashing windows, smashing doors, pushing through barricades. Ultimately, Ashley Babbitt got shot while they were just outside the chambers. And the people outside those chambers were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." And Trump could have put a stop to all of that. You don't think he owes Mike Pence an apology for not sending in the National Guard?
If he had not
Jesus Christ,
said
this is what's wrong with our country.
peacefully and patriotically, I would say yes. But he said those words in his speech. So
so then he doesn't have to send in the National Guard to protect Mike Pence. Since he said peacefully and patriotically, fuck him. They can beat the shit out of police officers.
Did Trump make an error that day? Possibly.
Possibly?
I don't know the whole
Bro, he didn't send in the fucking National Guard. Are you kidding? He sat on TV and watched American citizens, police officers, be beat. And he did nothing. He was the only person who could do anything, and he sat there. And you're telling me, well, I don't know. It's iffy. What the fuck? Do we have to watch this? Do we have to watch this? Do I have to show you police officers getting the shit
Let's
beat
see
out of
what
them?
the paper says, Jay.
Mr. Christian, do
Let's
I have
answer-
to? No, I'm not done. You're going to talk about Christian values, and then you can't say that this fucking piece of shit doesn't owe police officers an apology for not calling in the National Guard?
I'm told not to hate. God doesn't want me to hate people.
I didn't say
He
hate.
wants me-
I said, does he owe an apology?
Well, you're referencing hate when you say he's a piece of shit.
Does he? I hate him. I'm not a Christian. I'll hate whoever the fuck I want. I'm
know,
asking
I know.
you
I'm
if he
saying-
owes
I
people.
can't
I'm
hate him.
asking you
That's your
if he,
question.
shut up. I'm asking you
I
if he
can't hate Hitler.
shut up. I'm asking you if he owes an apology. You can't even go that far?
I would say
God, you're a
yes.
bitch. Hey, thank you. Okay, now we can move on.
At the Capitol that day, as you know, was your vice president, Mike Pence, who says that you endangered his life on that day.
I don't
Do
think
you
he was in
feel,
any danger.
Mr. President, do you feel that you owe him an apology?
No, because he did something wrong. He should have put the votes back to the state legislatures, and I think we would have had a different outcome. I really do.
But he doesn't have the authority to do that, as you know.
What?
The vice president does not have the authority to reject those,
are you ready?
those
Let's have
election
this one
results.
out just now, because it's interesting. Let's keep it interesting, right? I like Mike Pence very much. He's a very fine man. He's a very nice man. He made a mistake. His lawyer said, you cannot move. I called him the human conveyor belt. I said,
He's already read the paper. No, he's already read the paper.
even if the vote.
All right, what's on the paper?
I appreciate your fair.
What's
You know,
on the
you
what's
are
on the
fair,
what's
I'll
on the
give you that.
paper? Can you tell me what's on the paper?
He talks about the timeline of him getting a call to send in the National Guard and when he responded.
All right, let's see.
So it will refute what you're saying. I was satisfied with that timeline.
That was a town hall.
You just had the video. Why didn't you use that video?
You told me that wasn't the part of the that was the start of the video. I didn't have the full video.
You only had
That was a
a clip. I got you. Oh yeah, you need to watch the whole video.
This.
Why you held on to those documents when you knew
I
the
sent you
federal
some,
government was seeking them and then
sources
had
in
given
our
you a
DMs.
subpoena
What's that?
to return
you
them.
ready?
I sent you some sources in our DMs. I think
Are they the video?
Just Money has the paper that they from the if that's what you guys are talking about.
Oh, that's awesome.
It doesn't work for your argument. Just gonna let you know.
All right,
come on!
Is it the video or is it
You
the
could've
article that I'm supposed to
right.
read here, Jen?
At least you could have sent him the one that I thought I heard.
Is it
But this
is it one of these videos?
No, these aren't videos. So the first one is something where he's unrelated, but where he was talking about God. But the article is the one that's talking about that town hall from the 21st.
Okay, so here it is. At one point, moderator Caitlin Collins pressed Trump about why it took him so long to call on his supporters to stand down at the Capitol. The former president pulled a document from his jacket that had printed out copies of his tweets from that day. He read one tweet from 2:30 that day that said, "I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. The Justice Department Special Counsel is investigating." Oh, so he just read his tweets?
Yeah, but you gotta listen. You gotta listen to the tweets.
Yeah, it's just his tweets.
Come on, expose the truth. If you want the truth, you gotta expose it.
Wait, but is that what
you're being fair? You're being fair.
Listen,
so
I'm
far.
trying to be fair. I just don't have the video. I'm trying to read what it said.
Well, that's just a matter of time. Hey, I'm not trying to put you in a corner. I
Okay,
believe
let me
that
ask
you
you.
do
Let
want
me ask you
our
this
country
question
to be
then.
better.
If it's just him reading a tweet, would you acknowledge that has nothing to do that?
Just watch the video,
I'm
Jay.
asking you.
I'm not going to argue about something that you haven't even seen yet.
I'm asking you a question in good faith. If what I show you is just tweets, would you acknowledge that has nothing to do with calling in the National Guard?
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay.
Unless there's timing to tweets. You know, tweets are timed. They have record of time.
I understand. All right, here it is. I
Back
think
to
I
what
found it.
happened on that day.
He
You said
did
you
not
weren't
say
actually
that.
no.
He has
tweets are very-
testified that,
he
Mr.
did
President.
not say
Because they're
that.
But you
public.
said you weren't very.
Hold on. Can you see the screen? No, I don't think it's sharing. Hold on one sec. All right, here it is.
There it is. Yeah.
All right.
Now watch stream. Okay.
Back to what happened on that day.
He
You said
did
you
not
weren't.
say that.
He has testified that, Mr.
He did
President.
not say that.
But you said you weren't very involved that day. You did tell your supporters to come to Washington. You tweeted about it, about that speech that happened on the rally.
Am I allowed to say that?
When they went to the Capitol and they were breaking into the Capitol, smashing windows, injuring police officers, why did it take you 3 hours to tell them to go home?
I don't believe it did. Oh, let me pull it out. I have to pull it.
Can we agree that she didn't ask about calling in the National Guard?
Well, here's a good point. Yeah, we agree with that.
Just before I'm happy to play this, but I'm talking about.
I'm glad you are, because that means you're fair,
brother. I just want to be clear. I'm talking about him calling in the National Guard. The question she's asking about is when he told them to go home. That's why I asked.
No. Play what she just said again.
Okay, here we go.
They went to the Capitol and they were breaking into the Capitol, smashing windows, injuring police officers. Why did it take you 3 hours to tell them to go home?
I don't believe.
See,
what'd she just say?
She's asking why did it take
3 hours?
3 hours
to do what? To do what?
Why did it take 3 hours for you to tell them to go home?
Okay.
Now watch his response.
Hold on.
It's all about the timing of his response.
Listen, I'm happy to play this video, and I will play this video. But before I play that, I just want you, so that we're clear. I'm talking about him not calling in the National Guard. I'm not talking about him tweeting, telling people to go home.
I understand.
Please stop interrupting, please.
No.
Please stop interrupting. No. Thank you. So I just want to be clear that what you reverted to here is a totally different question than what I'm talking about, right? I'll play it, but I need you to acknowledge that this is a different question.
Just watch his response.
If I'm going to take all this time for you, sir, on my platform, I'm being kind, I'm playing what you want me to. I need you to operate in good faith. I need you to say that this is a different question, right?
Yes.
Okay,
thanks.
thanks.
It's a different question, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, let me pull it out. I have to pull it out.
I also want to point out one more thing about being in a cult. They don't know what he's about to say, and they're already cheering. Isn't that weird that they're already cheering and they don't know what he's about to say? Weird. That's culty.
It was a public audience.
So if you look at on January 5th, the day before, I said, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. Stay peaceful. This was the day before, and this was in the form of Twitter. Now use Truth Social. I think it's far superior, okay? I hope everybody's on Truth. If you look January 6th, this is before 2:30. I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. This is right after, as it was happening. But what happened is they took it down. I don't know why. I think they took it down because it was so good. They didn't like it being up there. I am asking, and we didn't know until I got it back, because now I have 90 million people waiting for me to go back, but I'm on Truth and I'm staying on Truth. Listen, I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violation. We want no violation. We want no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you. That was at 2:30. That was very early.
Mr. President, I looked at the same.
Okay. So does that absolve
wait,
him?
There's
timeline
about
that you
10
did.
more seconds that's going to
I'll go back. I hear you. I'll go back.
I looked at the same timeline that you did.
No, but you didn't report that. You know why? Because it was
we
taken
did report
down.
it. I was reporting that thing.
It was taken down and it wasn't.
But when it was clear.
Okay.
No, let her finish.
I didn't cut it off. That was the end. It cut. I played it all the way through. That was the end. That's the end of the clip.
CNN?
I don't know where I closed it.
CNN?
I don't know. I closed it.
Well, of course.
Okay, but
cut
wait.
Off the rest of it.
But wait. Why?
Context.
Okay, but the context of the conversation we were having was that Trump refused to call in the National Guard. Did any part of that video address why he didn't call in the National Guard?
You didn't play the whole video.
Is there a part of that video where he addresses not calling in the National Guard?
Yes.
What does he say?
I don't remember because I wanted to see the video again.
Brother,
I'm 51. I don't have the best memory.
I'm mean this.
You're saying. I understand
brother,
what you're saying.
Stop talking while I'm talking. Just wait. I think that you're a coward. I think that you are. I think that you are definitively what is wrong with Americans. You can be proven wrong over and over and
I
over.
haven't been proved wrong on this yet because we didn't watch the whole video.
Yes, you have. And I brought.
What was proven?
Did Trump,
what was proven that I don't remember a video, and then you're espousing something and I'm espousing something?
What was proven is, one, you said Nancy Pelosi admitted that she was responsible for not calling in the National Guard. That's not true. It was proven that Donald Trump has the authority to call in the National Guard. It was proven that Christopher Miller said, you have to go through me to get the National Guard. And this is what I'm saying to you, your pride, which is a sin in your Bible, okay? It's one of the greatest sins. Your pride right now is not allowing you to admit that you were wrong. And let me tell you a little fun fact from the Bible, and if you've gone to church your whole life, you know this. You know about wolf in sheep's clothing, right?
Yeah.
Explain what that means to the people here that may not know what a wolf in sheep's clothing means.
It means that God is the shepherd, and there are going to be human beings that try to speak for him that are their hearts are impure, so they try to lead others astray away from the shepherd.
So the wolf being the wolf meaning that they are hold on, brother, stop interrupting. The wolf meaning that they are a danger, but they put on sheep's clothing so that you think they're a harmless sheep, right? Or you think that they should be deceptive, or that they should be in the flock with you because, hey, it's just another sheep, and the followers of Jesus were often in the Bible referred to as sheep, right?
Yeah, well, not in the way you put it.
What? He was the shepherd. He was the shepherd. He was the shepherd. Hold on. I didn't put it in any. I'm just trying to make sure we understand here. So the moral of that story, the moral of teaching about a wolf in sheep's clothing, is to say that the followers of Christ won't be duped by people who preach anti-Jesus. They won't be duped by people who preach of another.
That's not true.
Please,
Bible
please, for the love of God, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
The moral of that story is that the people that you need to worry about, the wolf in sheep's clothing, are the people that walk like you, talk like you, say things like you, but they have an ulterior motive, and that they are trying to lead you astray with words that are familiar to you, right?
Correct.
I would present to you Donald J. Trump as the wolf in sheep's clothing, a man who voices the things that you want to hear, but stands for nothing that you believe in. And on the opposite side there, I would give you Joe Biden, who is legitimately like a Christian. I'm not. I don't give a shit if somebody is Christian that I vote for. It's not relevant to me. But what Donald Trump does is he talks about Christianity, but his entire agenda is cruelty. Think of the things that he has spent most of his time on. The things that he talks about the most. He talks about the way that they're treating immigrants and the way that they're treating trans people. His entire agenda seems to be cruelty and then favoring rich people. He is the wolf in sheep's clothing. He tells you things, he says things out loud that resonate with you. And so all this other shit that I'm showing you, you'll never care about. You'll never care about any of it because you believe that he's on your side with God. And that is an absolute belief that you have. You will be always be deceived. You will always be deceived by fake Christians. You will never be deceived by atheists. You yourself, because of your belief system, don't just start talking over me, please. I'll give you a chance to respond. I've been very fair. You will always be deceived by people who claim to have your beliefs but act differently. And because you are a person of faith, you need to be aware of that. More so than people who are not people of faith. You need to have your guard up that people will try and manipulate you by using your faith against you. And that's what Donald Trump and this Republican Party has done. That's why there's so many sex criminals in there. That's why there's so many actual criminals in there. All these people, none of these people that Trump has around him are faith leaders. You have Scott Bessent, that is a George Soros protege who is a gay man who stands by his side and does all of his economics. Right? You have Peter Navarro, who literally just got out of prison to join this administration. You have a serial adulterer in Donald Trump, who is a 34-count felon. You have Pam Bondi, who covered up the Epstein investigation. He is not surrounded by godly men. They use your words to deceive you.
So if he's not godly, why does he have a time of worship in the White House, where they all just sing praises to God?
Because
That's not been done before.
That's how they fool you. What were the people when Jesus went in and he overturned the tax tables? Did those people in his father's house, did they claim to be men of God?
Say that again.
When Jesus went in and overturned the tables for the tax collectors and he said, "This is my father's house," did the tax collectors, did they say that they were men of God?
They were making God's house
I'm
of
asking.
prayer
I'm
into a house of
asking
business.
you what they said about themselves. Did
They
they
didn't say anything about themselves.
outwardly
They just got out of
did
there.
they outwardly portray that they were men of God?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
That's Trump. He outwardly portrays the rhetoric of a man of God, but his personal life reflects moral bankruptcy.
But you don't have the one thing you don't have, Jay, which you need is you need the Holy Spirit for discernment.
No, because no, brother. This is the thing. Now you're relying on your own faith. This is what I'm telling you. You
I'm
should
relying
not.
on God,
You
not my
should.
faith.
You should
There's a
not. You
difference.
should not be relying on the Holy Spirit. You should be relying on facts.
Yes, I should.
This is why we're
He's
fucked.
real.
Well, then how are you ever? So
No.
how are you ever going to defend yourself? Protect yourself from somebody? You're just going to trust the Holy Spirit?
Absolutely. The Holy Spirit is much more powerful than the lies of a man. You haven't encountered him, so you don't know.
Brother, one, he's not real, and two, like I've
not
done,
real 'cause you haven't experienced it yet.
I've sacrificed more than you ever did for my faith. I did. I spent 2 years on my own dime, knocking doors, door to door, to sell Jesus. Don't give me this bullshit. This is the problem.
But Mormonism taught you salvation
shut
by
the
works.
fuck up for a second. Just stop talking over
Why?
me. Just
You're
stop talking
I'm
over
not
me.
talking over you. You're not giving me any time to share what I believe.
This is not a place for you to share your religion. If that's what you came up here for, you're not going to get a fucking chance to do that. Because we live in reality, bud. And what you're saying right now, the end of this conversation after an hour and a half is you saying, yeah, I was wrong about everything, but the Holy Spirit told me I'm right, so I'm going to double down on it. This is how every major.
I did not say that. You were right about a lot of things.
I've been right about everything.
Okay, so what if you were? Does that mean you're still?
Then you shouldn't be supporting this guy. Then you shouldn't be supporting him.
I don't support anyone that
Holy Spirit
leads others astray.
The Holy Spirit seems to have led
anyone.
Where was the Holy Spirit telling you this shit? Why did you come to me to tell you this shit? Where's the Holy Spirit, the arbiter of truth? He can't tell you the truth. You got to come to me.
God already talked to me about Donald Trump.
Where was the Holy Spirit?
You want to know what he said?
What?
Can I ask you a question really fast? Did you talk to God and ask him if Trump has ever asked for his forgiveness yet?
I don't ask God that because that's between him.
Well, because we've got a video where Trump says on video that he's never asked God for forgiveness. And Jay, I dropped that in our DMs if you'd like it.
Oh, so I did ask God about Trump because I was concerned about the whole Freemason thing.
Oh, Jesus
and
Christ.
God told me that
you were concerned about the Freemasonry and not that he was sexually abusing women?
Freemasonry is demonic and evil, dude. It's wolves in sheep's clothing, bro.
You're more concerned about the
I know a Freemason. I know several Freemasons.
So do I.
I know
Dude, this is fucking insane. This is what I say. This is why I say that we're fucked as a country.
Why are you so afraid to talk about Freemasonry?
I'm not. It's just not relevant here. It's just not.
It's not relevant. Why is it not relevant?
Because we're talking about
all the presidents were Freemasons. You don't find that a coincidence?
Because we're talking. No, I don't. Because it's a power structure. It's a power structure. No, it's not a good power structure. I'm anti-power structure. But all of those Freemason presidents did the same thing that he did. That he's doing now.
You believe in a devil that affects humans?
That they all pretend that pretend that they are Christian so that they can trick idiots like you.
Why don't you want to answer my question? Do you believe in a devil or not?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So that's your problem. The devil's already got you fooled. You don't believe in him. Freemasonry is demonic and it affects politics. And that's what you're not seeing.
Listen, I just hope that there's people listening, because this is the thing. Like, there's no defense for Donald Trump except for like magic, and that's what you've resorted to now. I know that all of these things. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. I let you just do your Freemasonry bullshit. Now shut the fuck up for a second. you have to resort to literal magic and witchcraft. That's your defense now. We've gone through all of these things that you believed were true. I proved them incorrect one by one, and now at the end of this, you're like, but witchcraft. Do you understand how fucking stupid this is? This is why we're fucked as a country. Because when faced with reality or believing in witchcraft, you're like, I got witchcraft.
What are you talking about? Can I talk now real quick? Just like, give me 10 seconds. Is that cool? 10 seconds.
This is crazy.
Dude, if you give me 10, I'll
Start
blow your
talking!
mind. All right.
Jesus.
So I asked God, is Trump going to give in to the globalists, the Freemasons? And he said, if God's people pray for him, he will not.
Okay, so then why is he giving into the globalists? Nobody's praying hard enough?
I don't know. That was my concern. That was my concern, that he would become a globalist like Obama.
He is a globalist, way more than Obama. What the fuck are you talking about?
Prove it. What do you mean?
I explained to you where he's getting all his money. He's literally selling America to the Saudis, the people who funded 9/11. He's selling America to them. Are you out of your goddamn mind? I don't know. Like, maybe you don't know how to pray right. If the God that you're talking to told you this, he's a fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Because Donald Trump is literally going around the world collecting checks from foreign governments, and you're like, well, God told me that if I pray hard enough, he won't be a globalist. Bro, you are fucked. You are absolutely fucked.
God's people pray.
Yeah, and you're all wrong, and you all got it wrong. So your God's either an idiot or he's lying to you. I don't know. Somehow you guys all fucked this up, though.
We did.
Yes,
Christian?
you fucked it up. Yes, largely. The biggest problem in our country is dipshit, overconfident, white, Christian, conservative men who, when faced with reality, go, I asked God about it, so...
Sin is the problem in America,
no,
not
sin
white
is not
men.
the problem. Dipshit,
Yes, it is.
dumbass, dumb
You know the
fucks
Bible.
are a
You
problem.
know the Bible. God curses a nation when they sin.
Brother, fuck the Bible.
Look at
Okay,
Israel.
let me tell you about the Bible. The Bible was formed by a bunch of men who came together who wanted to control people, and they voted on what books should go in the Bible, and they disagreed on some of it, so they just killed the people who disagreed. And then they've been controlling your life ever since then. And even though the Bible has been disproven time and time and time again, and there's no science that backs it up, you guys still believe it. And what it allows you to do is not only be dumb, like, I don't care if you're dumb about your religion. I don't care if you believe in angels or not. It doesn't affect me at all. But the problem is then you take that logic and you apply it to everything else, which just allows you to be a dumb fuck, which is what we've exposed today. That even when you are wrong about 100% of the things you said today, you are going to believing the same shit. You're in a cult,
Jesus said, if they persecute me, they're going to persecute you.
Nobody's persecuting Jesus. Nobody's persecuting him.
You're persecuting me. When you persecute another person,
I'm not persecuting you. I'm trying to help you not be a fucking idiot. Remember, you said if we love our neighbors, we want to protect them. I'm trying to protect you. I'm trying to help you not be a fucking moron.
You can't be wise without the word of God. You can't be wise without the word of God.
How old did you say you are?
51.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. You're an idiot. I don't know what to tell you. This is fucking stupid. And if this is the problem. I saw somebody the other day say something about Florida. They're like, there's 23 million. Florida gets a bad rep, and there's 23 million people in Florida. And, that's not fair, because why should you hold 21 million people responsible for the actions of 23 million? Brother, you are willfully stupid. It's like a choice for you. When you have the option to be right or wrong, you literally choose wrong every time. You're just like, you know what? I'd rather be fucking stupid.
Stupid to what?
Crazy, man.
All right. Well, listen.
Good luck with
pleasure. Listen, Jay. Thank you so much for the time.
Good luck with you. I just. Oh, and then he runs out of here. Jesus Christ, that was crazy. All right, let me catch up on comments.
I disconnected him.
Oh, you did? Oh, I thought he left. Tony said, thanks for being patient with that guy. I ran out of patience. Usually happens. Jamie said, yelling at this dude through the phone. Good job. Amber said, love and respect transgender folks as yourself. Yeah, I should have said that. Good point, Amber. Kristen said, you're so freaking good at this. Thank you. Amber said, these creeps would unalive us if Trump said to. 100%. They're going to go along with it. This is exactly what they did. This is exactly what Hitler did. I can say things now that were banned on TikTok. It's exactly what he did. Hitler, one of the most evil men in history, aligned himself with the churches. The churches had a special holiday for him. The religious leaders of Germany surrounded him and prayed for him after he tried to do a coup on the government. It's exactly the exact same thing. This is why I don't like religion. It makes people like willfully dumb. If you're religious and you're not willfully dumb, great. Practice your religion. But if you're not willing to address facts and you think that Donald Trump is like this savior, you're out of your fucking minds. I think I got that one. I was reading that one. It's wrong to drop the F-bomb with the name of Jesus. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't care. It's ironically the people that are like, we like free speech, like don't say Jesus and fuck in the same sentence. Ironically, it's always the same people that are offended by speech. Jen, let me read what you had here. Brother Bob said, the Holy Spirit told me Trump's name is on the Epstein files. He's saved. Praise be. Alyssa said, wow, just wow. Brad said, people that follow James Dobson are cultists themselves. I didn't know who that guy was, but he's associated with Liberty University. That doesn't bode well for him. Natalie said, showing them their weak tithing is so enjoyable. Some glitter for Jen. Jay, deserve you all. That was today. Some glitter for Jen. Jay, you deserve all the gummies tonight. Sarah said, this dude is annoying as fuck, but thanks for the show. Pink said, for penance. Han said, is anyone else tired of the guys that Trump donates his salary as president of the United States? I'd not be shocked if he actually kept it and used it as an allowance for Barron. I know that like in his first presidency, I think it was like the last two salaries that there was never any record that he gave it away. So we're not sure. Pink said, Jesus enters a town about to stone harlots. He raises his hand and says, let thee that is free of sin cast the first stone. A guy in the crowd says, Jesus, you always want to throw the first stone. Shamar said, this combo didn't need to be about religion. He was wrong about everything anyways. It's just fucking sad. Rebel said, if I don't pay tariffs, then why is there a several $1,000 charge on my invoice? Please ask him if women have one less rib than Adams. Also weird that like they're like, I don't believe that trans people are real, but like God made Eve out of a rib. You know? Like I don't know. So God took a part of a man and turned it into a woman, but like trans people don't exist. I don't know. Is that what's that? I don't know how you explain that. MT Clark says, the patience you have to deal with stupid. God does love you. Fuck Trump. Fuck ICE. Free Palestine. I'm gonna say that shit again. Free Palestine. That's from Noodle Poodle. Amy Lynn said, my husband sometimes fills me with the spirit. VRX said, I for one welcome a trip to hell. I don't want to spend eternity with the Christians. Thank you, Madeline. Amy Lynn said, Biden has had us energy independent. Poppin' Fresh said, so this person supports the genocide of thousands of Palestinian people because Trump says he's Christian, or am I misunderstanding? No, it's because Trump is not a Mason. That's why. Release the list. Kevin said, love the critical thinking and objectivity. Thanks. Swish said, these people vote, y'all. Amy Lynn said, Trump is the Antichrist, if anything. Sean did say, I will decimate your host with facts about Trump. That was how he pitched his appearance on this show today, is that I will decimate this host with facts about Trump. That didn't go well. And by the end of it, he was like, facts don't matter anymore. Jesus told me. So we're good. All right. I'll stay extra today. What do I want to cover? You guys decide. You let me know. I've got some stuff from Palestine. We can go over the Zelensky meeting yesterday. I've got some redistricting stuff for Epstein. You guys choose. For Palestine.
Let me do some announcements or something first.
Let me read those options one more time, Jen, and then do the announcements while I watch the chat. Does that work?
Do what again? Say?
I'm just going to say the options of what to cover next, and then while you do your announcements, I'll watch the chat. So Free Palestine, the Zelensky meeting yesterday, redistricting, or Epstein. I'll watch the chat. Thank you.
Sorry, someone just typing something. Yeah, so we've got, if Jason stay a little longer, looks like, I don't know if you got it in your total. The gift goal, I have a little lower number.
I'll do it now.
But he's gonna update that. What I have is 187 left in the gift goal. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all of that go towards knocking out the remaining balance for the gift goal. This is our job. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. We're gonna go a little longer today because we had that second coming of Jesus, I guess. It was fucking painful. But I had some of my best, he kept saying things that I was able to tag fun gift reminders. I'll just send those to you.
Oh my God.
What? Oh, the thing I said.
Jesus. oh my God.
So I came from someone else in the Discord.
Joseph said, Joseph, you said stupid to what? There it goes. That one just came in. And Popcorn said research is so hot. I missed those two. All right, keep going.
So TikTok got banned for misinformation.
All right.
And someone ended up, but I appealed it. It went through. And even so that someone sent you a message and they said they explained to you once before, if you lie, you'll get taken down. If you present facts, you can continue. This will happen over and over until you make a decision to tell the truth. So I had to reply that this is Jen. The appeal was approved because he was presenting the facts. Hopefully you decide to the truth someday soon. Have a good day. So that was fun.
That was no way Patriot. All right.
Yep. But yeah, so I came up with other fun gift reminders. I mean, since I didn't do a whole announcements, I'll just say again that I prayed on it. The answer was Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats. Don't ignore my prophecy. The gift goal is still unhit. So even Jesus flipped tables for less. Gift goal is still down. I was, like I said, preparing my final form with glitter and judgment. So those are, he kept saying things that were, I thought, pretty funny to throw into the gift reminders. So anyways, if you haven't subscribed to us already, please do so. You can use your Amazon Prime sub on Twitch. We have 4 different memberships on YouTube. I don't want to say this part of my announcement because if we have to hear another religious thing, I don't know, something. If you're opposition RTP, you can send me a message on Discord. It's the same as the Venmo, and I can bring you on to talk. On our Linktree, we're on most social media platforms. We have merch and Jay's on Cameo, and we upload all these episodes to Spotify. So there's that. How many cannibals does it take to change a light bulb?
Cannibals?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Me either, but you really shouldn't be in the dark with a cannibal.
Stupid. Johnny said, I prayed last night. I said, oh God. I did similar. I had a similar experience last night. I didn't actually. That was a lie. I didn't have that experience at all. Okay. Most people said we want to talk about Zelensky. Don't worry. I'll get to the Palestine. I do have some cool stuff about Palestine. We'll probably cover it tomorrow. But here was, I wanted to backtrack a little bit. We didn't get to this yesterday, but after Trump met with Putin, he went on Sean Hannity. I think where we ended was when he was like, I didn't really want to be here, but I came here anyways. But I want to play a couple clips from his Sean Hannity interview. First of all, just how easily it is to manipulate Trump. And he's just going to brag about it. This guy cannot go 2 minutes without bragging about himself. I still struggle to understand the folks that love Donald Trump. He spends 70% of his time bragging about all the things he's accomplished and claiming that nobody ever talks about what he's accomplished. And none of you think that's weird. It doesn't bother you. Like, if any other person in your life was like this, that every time you were around them, they just, like, you asked them a question and they just bragged about themselves instead, you wouldn't want to be around that person anymore. But it's such a cult that nobody has realized that this is fucking weird behavior. That it's weird that every time Trump opens his mouth, it's to brag about himself. Nobody's like, oh, this is totally not a narcissist. This is a man of God. Here's Trump showing, like, just telling you, hey, if you say nice things to me, I'll melt.
And I was very happy to hear him say if I was president, that war would have never happened.
Mr. President, that was my next question. He said at the joint press conference that if, and you have said this many, many times, and he confirmed for the world today, that if you were president, this wouldn't have happened. Did any of the specifics come up as to why he said that?
It did. It doesn't matter at this point, but that this war should never have happened. You know, a lot of wars should never have happened. There was stupid things go down and the wrong people are talking, but Biden was a terrible president in so many ways. He should have never let it happen. And I was very...
All right, I want to show you something because I do think that Vladimir Putin is being honest about that. When Putin says this war would have never happened if Trump was president, I believe him. And it's because of the Mueller investigation and some of the stuff that we found out from the Mueller investigation. Here is former Mueller prosecutor, and I think it's Andrew Weissman. And he's talking about Paul Manafort and a meeting that Paul Manafort set up during Trump's first presidency. And this is why I think Putin is saying that. I actually think this part is true.
There's a detail in your book where the law ends inside the Mueller investigation that has received too little attention against the backdrop of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And that is that Paul Manafort, who you were responsible for prosecuting, met with a top Putin ally, Konstantin Kilimnik, and agreed to a deal that would essentially have enabled Putin to take control of the eastern part of Ukraine with Trump's approval. And Manafort had implicitly agreed to this.
Now let's remember who Manafort is and what Manafort's history is. Manafort, before he worked for Trump, worked for the pro-Russian party in Ukraine. And part of what he did, and part of what that pro-Russian party did, was try and float the idea that the eastern part of Ukraine actually, because they speak Russian and because they're more politically aligned with Russia, perhaps should just be part of Russia. And they were paid and planted by Russia to try and get the eastern side of Ukraine to say, we don't want to be part of Ukraine anymore. We want to be part of Russia. That's what Manafort did. That was his job. And when that all came crashing down, when that group of people was, the Ukrainian people unmasked them for who they were, all of those people ran to Russia, except for Paul Manafort, who came to the United States and became Trump's campaign chair. He was running Trump's campaign. For years before that, he had been paid hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of dollars to try and stage a coup in Ukraine to get Ukraine to give up that eastern part of Ukraine. And then when he comes in with Trump, he tells Trump, like, hey, let's make a deal with Putin. And Trump's like, yeah, I okayed that deal.
Why has this not gotten more attention against the backdrop of the invasion of Ukraine by Vladimir Putin?
So I don't know why it has not gotten more attention, but I had the exact same reaction when the war occurred and you saw what Russia was trying to do. I was like, yes, of course. We had in writing, we sort of captured some emails between Konstantin Kilimnik and Paul Manafort talking about this deal and saying what they needed to make this work was a wink from Donald Trump that this would happen. But take Trump out of this. This was clearly indicating what it is that Mr. Putin was trying to do, which was to take half of Ukraine and actually the wealthy part of Ukraine. And now you see it's basically, I want to take all of it. It did get some attention in the New York Times. It certainly got attention in the Senate report, but it was such a clear indication of what Vladimir Putin was trying to do.
Yeah. I believe Putin. And I believe him because Trump is still acting like his bitch. And Fox News is acting like a bitch cheerleader. Here was Hannity's takeaway from Trump's meeting with Putin. He said, let's be clear, the so-called summit with Vladimir Putin did absolutely nothing. Excuse me, this is when Biden met with Putin. The exact same thing happened. Biden meets with Putin, nothing happens. And then Sean Hannity says this. Let's be clear. The so-called summit with Vladimir Putin did absolutely nothing to advance any American interest in any way. That's a fact. Instead, Vladimir received a massive platform in exchange for zero concessions whatsoever. And then Putin used the platform to take shot after shot after shot at our country, the United States of America. And what do we get in return for this grand gesture that will enrich Vladimir Putin and Russia? Nothing. We got nothing. Appeasement doesn't work and has never worked. That's Hannity. And now they're like, don't say appeasement. What do we get? What do we get out of that meeting? This is directly after that meeting. And now Hannity is sitting down with Trump and he's like, that was unbelievable. You're so wonderful. The exact same thing happened. Putin got the photo op, didn't commit to anything, and left. And at the end of that, Biden's like, I'm not doing this shit with Putin anymore. He's just going to use us. He doesn't negotiate in good faith. But when Trump, at the end of that, Trump's like, oh, he really likes me. I'm going to keep calling him. So then Zelensky comes to the White House, because, of course, Zelensky can come to the White House. Little less fanfare. And Peter Doocy hits him with this loaded question, knowing exactly what he's doing. I said last week, I tweeted it, I've retweeted, I said it on the show, that no matter what happens, because Trump is such a Putin cuck, that by the end of all of this, you will have MAGA talking about how Zelensky is the bad guy, Putin's the good guy, and that this war is all Zelensky's fault. Let's get the details correct here. Zelensky was a response from the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian people did not like that Russia was so involved in their government. And so the Ukrainian people voted and ran out every Russian stooge from their government. And they elected Zelensky. And then Russia's response to that, because they no longer from inside could get Ukraine to do what they wanted to do, then Russia said, fuck it, we're going to invade. So I guess if you're going to say it's anybody's fault, like it's the Russians' fault, but somehow MAGA has decided that this is Zelensky's fault. Zelensky won an election which ran out the pro-Russian party that was being funded by the Russian oligarchs and Vladimir Putin. They ran them out. They won an election. So it's his fault that Russia invaded. But please remember, Russia invaded Ukraine. So here's how Peter Doocy opens up the questioning for Zelensky. By the way, no questions for Putin. No tough questions for Putin. No questions at all. Because Putin's a bitch and Donald Trump is his bitch. He's a bitch's bitch. So when Putin comes to town, we don't get to ask him any questions. No Peter Doocy going, hey, why'd you invade Ukraine? Hey, why are you killing Ukrainians? No. We just lick his ass. But Zelensky comes and we have a media that attacks him. A media, by the way, who's been caught over and over and over again doing the bidding of the Russians, taking Russian money, repeating Russian talking points. And so they attack Zelensky, a man whose country was invaded by another country through no fault of Zelensky or the Ukrainians. And our media, our right-wing media, is attacking him. This is. Let's say it's. I don't remember who the president of Poland was during World War II. I don't know if anybody remembers. I don't. Imagine the president of Poland coming over here during World War II, and we're like, "Yeah, you really caused Hitler to come in there. This is actually your fault." Everybody talks about Hitler, but really, this is on you. Imagine that. Imagine any country that the Germans invaded, and we go after their leader instead of Hitler. That's what we're doing here. You have Vladimir Putin, who is going to invade other countries, who has been invading the entire time he's been president, and we're going to call Zelensky the problem.
And to that point, President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Thank you for your question.
Yeah. What a loaded fucking question. What a awful and frankly evil question. Are you going to let Russia keep that land, or is it going to be your fault that more people die? Excuse me? You think if somebody invaded the United States, we just let them keep the land? Is that how that works?
So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. That today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners, and we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, personally, of President Trump.
All right. So there's American media, something we should definitely be ashamed of. This wouldn't happen in other countries. It might happen in Russia. It doesn't happen anywhere else. But our American media is so owned by Donald Trump and the Russians and the Israelis that it's embarrassing. Then I'm going to skip this, but Zelensky just goes on. He thanks President Trump. He thanks the government. He thanks everybody else there, saying that they're working on security guarantees. They're working on prisoner exchanges. Again, he's saying, like, my people don't want to give up territorial land. Then they get on to the ceasefire, and MSNBC played this. I think CNN did as well. I think every news organization has done this. This is what Trump has been saying for the last week and a half, is that his goal was with these negotiations.
It's going to be a good meeting, and we'll go a step further. We'll get it done. I'd like to see a ceasefire very, very quickly. I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to be, I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. I don't think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals.
Yeah. Then he meets with Putin. Yeah, we don't really need that ceasefire. You see what changed? What changed from this?
I won't be happy if I walk away without some form of a ceasefire. I don't think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires.
You did multiple ceasefires in Israel and Palestine, and none of them have worked, first of all. So don't tell me you didn't do ceasefires. Second of all, nobody's giving you credit for those truce. All these wars that were ended, these 6 ones that Donald Trump keeps bragging about, he had nothing to do with it. At most, the United States facilitated a meeting. It gave them a neutral place to discuss and negotiate. But not one of them has given Trump any credit outside of saying, like, thanks for facilitating the meeting. And this guy's like, I actually am creating peace all over the world. Nobody else believes that. There's only a handful of people who believe that in this room, and then MAGA, because they'll believe anything. But Trump isn't out here like negotiating peace around the world.
And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires.
But he did. He obviously did ceasefires. They just haven't worked. So he's not going to talk about it because the times he's tried it, it doesn't work. Now, so if we're not going to have a ceasefire and we're going to need security protections, which Zelensky is talking about, I'm very confused what the plan is here. We have all these NATO countries in the United States and Ukraine and Russia. And now they're saying, like, Putin's like, yeah, I'll stop, but I'm going to need some concessions. Listen to what Trump is saying now.
But there'll be some form of security. It can't be NATO because that's just not something that would ever happen. They couldn't.
It can't be NATO? Who's going to be the security guarantee? Or is it us alone now? All this time we've been trying to get NATO to pay their fair share? To do stuff like act as a buffer between Ukraine and Russia? And now he's saying it can't be NATO? So did Vladimir Putin just convince Trump to foot this whole bill? We're your security guarantee now? We're going to cut out all these NATO countries and now it's us? Who the fuck else is going to step in here? What are we doing? What is he talking about?
Do that. So who would want that? I mean, if you were Russia, who would want to have your enemy, your opponent, sitting on your line? You don't do that. So it was always thought that Ukraine was sort of a buffer between Russia and the rest of Europe.
No, it was never thought that. That was never the thought. Ukraine was not the buffer. Ukraine was its own country, and we were the buffer, and NATO was the buffer. We were the thing that was supposed to stop Russia from invading, and we didn't do it. And now that we fucked up, we didn't keep our end of the deal, and now Trump's like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to have security guarantees, but I think maybe we'll just let Vladimir Putin be his own security guarantor. Who else is going to be in? It's either us or who? If it's not NATO. This is insane.
And it was a big, wide.
When has NATO ever been effective against Russia? Fucking always? Always, dude. The reason Russia doesn't have all of Europe is NATO. What are you talking about? Now, Russia would have Ukraine if it wasn't for NATO. Always. It's always been why Russia doesn't own all of Europe, because of NATO. Like, ever since NATO's been in existence, they are the reason that Russia doesn't own Europe. This is what I'm talking about with MAGA. Like, you guys have no fucking clue what's going on. You just want to defend Donald Trump. So no matter what he says, he could literally be like, you know what? Let's give him Alaska back. You'd be like, yeah, well, that makes sense. There is nothing you folks won't defend. Moronically.
Buffer, everything worked out well until Biden got involved. But
so, anyways, not much history there. It's crazy. Just the one thing stopping Russia from taking over Europe is NATO, and you're like, yeah, well, what have they ever done? Fucking everything. Almost my entire life, almost the whole time, it was NATO. Then we have Jesse Waters, because I do think Jesse Waters must be taking money on the side from Russia. Nobody says dumber things than Jesse Waters. Here's how Jesse Waters is spinning this now.
Want their yachts back. I always like to ask, when Jessica's here, not you, Harold, what is the Democrat plan? Because right now they're saying armchair quarterbacking.
Listen, if we're not going to bend over and get butt fucked by Vladimir Putin, what else are we going to do? Give me a better idea than bending over and taking it from Vladimir Putin, Democrats.
You can't reward Putin for his naked aggression.
Correct.
So he can't keep the land he won on the battlefield. Okay, how are you going to get Vladimir Putin to relinquish the land he won in battle? The United States won lands in battle. We didn't just give it back. No country gives back land they win in battle.
Except for in 1967 with Egypt and Israel on the Sinai Peninsula. There was a 6-day war, and at the end of that, Israel captured the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt, and then it was returned in the Camp David Accords in 1982. Germany and France, after Germany annexed Alsace-Lorraine from France after the Franco-Prussian War in 1871, they returned the land back in the 1982 between the Argentinians and the British. We had the dispute with the Falkland Islands. That was returned in Iraq and Kuwait in the Gulf War in 91. During Desert Storm, Iraq invaded and annexed Kuwait, and then they gave that back. The Soviet Union, former Russia, in 1944 with Finland. They gave that back. Basically, all of World War II land was returned. In 97, you had the Hong Kong returned to China. So yeah, it happens a lot. When has that ever happened? Do you not have a staff? Is there no staff at Fox News to run this shit by? Like, hey, tonight on the show, I'm going to say that when has anybody ever returned land? Let's not fact check that, though. Let's not have anybody on staff find out if that ever happens. Happens all the time.
That's what this is all about. You have to accept reality, and that's what these Democrats are doing. Borders change all the time. You can't go back to the borders that Ukraine had.
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. You absolutely can.
About Germany. It used to be the Prussian Empire. Then it was the German Empire. It expanded, it contracted in the World War.
Okay. All right. While saying that nobody ever gets land back, he says the German Empire expanded and then contracted. Somebody's got to tell him what contracted means. Like, as he's doing this rant, he's just naming all these instances of time when land was taken and given back. Incredible.
And then they divide it in two, and now it's reunited. And
so they gave it back again. There it is again.
They can't do this to Ukraine? Come on, that's ridiculous. Trump's just these oligarchs want.
Jesse Waters is one of the most remarkably stupid people in media. That's crazy. Eddie, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Let me check some comments here. Sorry. Jesse Waters makes my eye hurt. Nancy said, my Jesus would not vote for Trump. I don't know if I read that one earlier or not. I think I got those. Check here with Jen. Renee said, Jay, I need you to define willfully dumb and bad. Yeah, let's get hung up on that for the rest of the day. All right. Is it 12:58? I'll go for about like 30 more minutes. I think that's all I had on the Zelensky stuff. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else here. Let me look. Oh, yeah. No, actually, there was two more. So, it's a good question. Because Trump is so reliant, and MAGA is so reliant on like Donald Trump being the savior and being the key, like they said earlier, like there would be no war if Trump was president. Trump's then asked the natural follow-up question, like, well, what happens when you're not president anymore? Then what do we do? I'm trying to remember who asked the question, but like, how do we ensure that Putin doesn't, after you're gone, take more of Ukraine?
What happens after your presidency? How can we ensure that this conflict, that Putin doesn't inch in closer or more into the Ukraine territory? Is there anything that we can do? Can our congressmen and women pass any laws that would involve Article 5? How would that be handled?
All you can do is make sure you get a good president, not one of these wackos like in California that.
Is what MAGA is, right? It's so dependent on one person. Like you guys are so desperate for a king, for a dictator, and Trump is so pea-brained and simple-minded that's all he knows. He has no idea. He hasn't thought this through at all. He's just like, how do you make sure this doesn't happen again? It's got to be somebody that's like me.
It can't. It runs the worst state anybody's seen, or that guy in Illinois who his family threw him out of the business because he was no good. Now he's running Illinois and he wants to run for president. He's got zero chance.
No disrespect, but this is like the Cleveland Browns like mocking the New England Patriots. Those idiots up in New England, they lost in the Super Bowl. Do you believe it? Yeah, dude. California and Illinois are paying all your dumb fucking red states' bills. You know, they're just like California is one of the fourth biggest economy in the world. It is so funny to watch them be like, can you believe how bad California is? Yeah, you been to Alabama? Yeah, you been to Texas? All these other states, like, we have low taxes, so we're better. Yeah, but like your power grid fails all the time. None of your kids can read. It's not a very good place to live.
Maybe Newsom has a little bit of a chance. I don't know, but it's hard to believe because his record's bad. But all you can do is hope you don't get that as president. We have a great bench, as you know that. We have great talent. And J.D. and Marco and Scott Bessen's been great, and Howard. They're all, I mean, we have such superstars.
What?
He just brags about his staff. Let's see, what was that? Court said gold star. Gold star for you, Court, too. You've been doing a great job. You actually did some great research yesterday, and so Courtney deserves a gold star as well. I covered that with Andrew Weissman. Let me jump into. I do want to get to this story. I'm going to talk about redistricting for a sec. First, I want to show you this clip from trigger warning here. By the way, this is Maxwell Frost coming back. He went and visited Alligator Alcatraz yesterday. And the stories coming out of there are disgusting. Every time I hear a story like this, I just think of my mom, which I'm not allowed to talk politics with my mom. She won't hear it. But I do know that, like, when I was growing up, I remember, I think it was my 5th grade teacher assigned us. I guess it wasn't an assignment, but she said, like, I think it was 5th grade. It was just, goddamn, that seems early. But we were, is it 5th grade? That sounds too early now. Might have been 9th grade. I can't remember. At some point, there was an assignment in my class that was like optional to watch Schindler's List. And my mom didn't let me watch it, but I remember her watching it. And my mom loved World War II stuff. And I just remember her telling me, like, she recapped Schindler's List to me. And, you know, how great a story it is. If you're unfamiliar with Schindler's List, it's a story. I forget the guy's first name, last name Schindler. But basically, he was responsible for hiding hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish people from the German government. And then later on, like at the end, like he gets an award from it's a powerful ending. That's the only part I saw. So my mom knows this. My mom was like a person who loved World War II history, and when you watch World War II, it's very easy to decide who the good guys and the bad guys are. Even at the beginning, when they're just rounding up Jewish people and they're not saying that they're going to send them to death camps, right? And again, we don't get to talk about this, but I just always wonder how she would respond if she watched news that told her the truth about what we're doing. And listening to the conditions of Alligator Alcatraz here, like, you are subhuman if you support this type of treatment. And I'm not talking about subhuman if you want to deport illegal immigrants, because I think that you can hold that position of like, I want to deport all illegal immigrants from this country. I think you can hold that position. And even though I don't like that position, even though I think that position is abhorrent, I think that you can do it in an ethical way where people are not harmed in the way that they're being harmed now. But to be a person in America right now, to see what's happening at Alligator Alcatraz, to buy the merch, to celebrate it, when you hear stories of people who are being starved, who are sick, who are basically drinking from their toilets, and you're like, you shouldn't have been here. Like, you are subhuman. Hearing this account is tough to hear.
They opened the door. There was about 6 security guards standing there, kind of pushing us back, but we could see in and we could hear everybody. And when those doors opened, what I saw made my heart sink. I saw 32 people per cage, about 6 cages in the one tent. I saw a lot of people, young men who looked like me and people who were my age. People were yelling, "Help me, help me." I heard in the back someone say, "I'm a U.S. citizen." And as we were walking away, they started chanting, "Libertad, libertad, libertad, freedom." And in looking into these cages, you could see, of course, it was warm and hot within the tent. People were sweating. Some people had taken off the top of their clothing because it was just so hot. Some of them were drenched in sweat. The food we saw is not enough food. They're being fed essentially a small sandwich and a bag of chips. And not just that, but the conditions outside, of course, it's blazing hot. And the fact
Someone's saying this is from a month ago. I just saw it today. So if this isn't new, I apologize. This is the first time I've seen it.
that into the cage comes from the toilet. Number one, not everyone's going to be able to drink as much water as they'd like to because of that inconvenience, but also it's gross and it's disgusting. And this is where people are being held.
All right. Some people, looks like there's trouble donating. I did get Hey Howdy said having trouble trying to donate. Lee said fourth attempt to donate toward the goal. I would just recommend using one of the other apps rather than the super chats. Maybe there could be a problem with YouTube, so using the apps might be better. Plus, we keep a bigger percentage of that anyway, so we definitely don't mind that. I think YouTube takes like 30% of all super chats. I don't know. I don't know what we do about that. I don't know what we do about the cruelty in general. We now have a situation in Texas where I don't know what you guys. I don't know how you defend this, but you guys have talked about jailing your opponents. Like, people have been talking about Donald Trump and Democrats jailing their opponents because Donald Trump did like legitimate crimes, and he was found guilty in a court of law. And Republicans now are just doing this without any court. They're just doing it willy-nilly. This is a story about Representative Nicole Collier. I don't know how you say it. She is a congresswoman in Texas in the state Congress. She has been locked in Congress. She can't leave. She's been locked in, and unless she signs a permission slip that says a law enforcement officer can go with her, will go with her everywhere she goes, she has not been allowed to leave the room. She is locked in there by herself. You can see the reaction here. Here's the explanation.
This is the kind of bullshit that's happening right now in the Texas legislature. Dustin Burrows has locked up Nicole Collier because she won't sign some bullshit permission slip to be followed around by a DPS escort. That's a cop following her around for the next 3 weeks to make sure that she comes in and votes for this bullshit Donald Trump redistricting bill. What's going on in Texas is absolutely 100% wrong. And locking up members of the legislature because they won't sign your bullshit document, it's just wrong. It's wrong. We need more people up here fighting. We need more people up here fighting alongside State Representative Nicole Collier, who's doing this protest because she must, and we all must. We must fight against Donald Trump and all of this madness that's happening in this country, and fight against his constant grab for power in the United States.
I mean, you guys say fuck around and find out. You guys think you're so tough in the chat. Yeah, dude, this is what you get. Fuck you. You're still the ones that are like complain every time Donald Trump gets charged with something. You're like, this is so unfair. You're picking on us. And then when you do stuff that, like, she's gonna win. Like, somebody said that she has already filed a lawsuit. She's going to win. You can't do this. You can't lock a person in a room without due process. You understand that, right? She's going to fucking win. And this is why I say, like, America, like, you guys are just fascists. You won't say it, but if we strip away the word fascism and we just explain what you want, you all want fascism. And I think that largely the reason that most of you that are angry at me want fascism is because you're fucking dumb. Really fucking dumb. And you can't explain anything. And you don't know how any of this shit works. And if you aren't fucking dumb, you're fucking lazy. So what do you do instead? You hold an opinion that's fucking stupid. And then when other people don't hold that opinion, you want them locked up because they're not as lazy and stupid as you are. She's going to win. She's going to be able to sue. This is a no-brainer. At the end of all of this, because frankly, I was more afraid than I am now. I was more afraid of fascism before than I am now. I don't think there's ever been a dumber fascist. You guys chose the dumbest one. And at the end of this, a lot of these people are going to be either fined or they're going to go to jail. Because as soon as Donald Trump dies, you guys are going to stop defending all the people that were around him. You're going to abandon them. It's going to be just like, I mean, not as serious because it's not the same thing yet, but it'll be just like the Nuremberg trials. It's going to be exactly the same. Everybody's just like, oh, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know anything. And you'll stop supporting all of them. And you'll just go back to being regular Republicans. The fuck around, find out crowd is like, if you have somebody who's regularly saying, fuck around and find out, that's the dumbest person in the room almost every time. They have nothing to say. They can't combat anything. They can't explain why they needed to lock somebody in a room. They just like that their side is being authoritarian. And that's like what authoritarians are. They're people who can't make their case. They can't win an argument. They can't get people to support them because of their argument. So they use force. And they start taking any attack on their argument as an attack on them personally, and then they use force. And that's what we have here. But unfortunately for you guys, you chose like the dumbest one by miles. And you in here that are upset with me, also dumb. We had a legitimate like QAnon conspiracy theorist up here trying to debate. That one dude had more courage than all of you combined. The reason you guys sit in the chat and you don't come up here is because you can't defend any of this. You're just angry. And I actually get your plight a little bit. And I'm going to try and level with you. I understand that it seems like the world is changing. And I understand that there are things in your life that feel unfair. I understand as a white single dude going on, and you may stumble across a TikTok live or a YouTube video, and you see women talking generically about men, and that makes you upset. And I get that. Should make you upset. When you go in, when I walk into a live and I see, it's all men until it's no men. That upsets me. But it upsets me because people feel that way. And we should have a better society. And I can take ownership. I can look back at my life. I can look at the people around me, and I can say, like, yeah, if women feel this way, there's a reason for it. And what you guys do instead is you say, I'm not going to change. It's not my fault. It's their fault. So we need to have a more authoritarian control. We need to get back to the days where women had to shut the fuck up. It's cowardice. And cowardice always accompanies a lack of thought. Like, cowardice and laziness are tied together. You're not willing to go out and do the work. You're not willing to like self-reflect. And so this army of people that show up, look, it's always dudes. It's dudes in here every day upset at me. Every day. And these same dudes, we know, they tell us who they're watching. And you guys like the people that you watch, the content creators that you like, because they don't ask anything of you. They just validate that you're angry, and then they point you in a direction and say, this is why you have problems. It's over here. It's not you. It's them. It's these women. It's secularism. It's liberalism. It's communism. It's socialism. It's feminism. It's all the isms. All the isms are the problem. Not recognizing that these isms, generally speaking, are a response to patriarchy. Right? People just want to not be under the thumb of somebody else. People want the same reality that we as men have enjoyed forever. And so I understand what you guys are feeling. I understand that it makes things tricky if you're approaching women, if you're dating. It might make you unsure. You don't want to cross the line. You don't want to say the wrong thing and be accused of sexual harassment. I get that. I get that there's people out there that take it too far. I get that there are women out there from time to time who might be offended by something that you meant no offense by. But you take these little videos on the internet that all your angry Christians content creators show you, and they're like, this is all women. And ironically, like, you wind up moving yourself further and further away from reality, or further and further away from what women want. And now you're angry and alone, or you think society is changing, and you're shocked that some women are like, I'd rather work and just like be single. I'd rather have a career and travel and be single than deal with like having to live under the thumb of somebody else. I just want freedom. Because freedom, once you experience it's pretty cool. You don't want to give that away anymore. So I understand your plight. I understand that a lot of this stuff that's happening in society, if you're in your early 20s, it probably really wasn't your fault. It wasn't your actions. It was the actions of people that came before you. I get all of that. But what I don't understand is why you flock to these people who just tell you, like, you don't need to change. You don't need to make any corrections. What we'll do is we'll just strip away people's rights until you're in charge again. I do think that you guys are lazy. And I do think that it's a losing message in the end. Like, you guys, you've peaked, first of all. Like, November of last year was the peak, and now you're losing relevance. People are turning away from you. The hatred is exhausting. Living a hateful life is absolutely exhausting, especially if you have like friends outside of your hateful circles. It's exhausting. It's hard to keep up. So I'm offering you like a landing spot here where you can just come back to reality and you can be part of the solution, or you can be hateful. You show up every day. You can blame everybody for your problems. It's immigrants, it's Democrats, it's liberals, it's socialists, it's trans people, it's gay people, it's secularists. It is whatever it is. Or you can just like come back and to reality, like a shared reality, where we all can agree on what facts are. And maybe we agree that we don't need to be cruel anymore. And you'll see like how much easier your life gets and how much stress leaves. The pit in your stomach that shows up every morning, there's a reason for that. And you have two options when you wake up that way. You can go and you can find people who tell you it's okay. Just join Hustlers University and you'll be a millionaire, and then the women will come flooding back. Or you can just be like a decent human being. You're seeing the change. Don't tell me you're not seeing the change. The people that reach out to me the most, and the people that I engage with the most, is that crowd. Angry white dudes. And I think sometimes I'll get criticism for that. I get criticized for talking to Tex. I talk to Tex like a few times a week. And the reason is because like I could have very easily been an angry white guy. I think for parts of my life I was an angry white guy. And I think it's really easy to look at like the way that some things are positioned in this country and say like, you know what, this feels like an attack on me, so I'm going to be angry and I'm going to fight back. And I'm going to fight back. All I'm saying is that's the easy way. It's always the easy way to fight back, to throw a punch. That's always the easy way. The hard way is to say, like, why does this exist? I'm going to have a hard conversation with somebody. So I encourage you guys to keep coming back. I encourage you to come. I encourage you to DM me. I encourage you to come up here and have this discussion. Because just like we saw with that last guy, there are so many people, and he's 50. This guy has completely removed himself from reality. Completely. Facts don't matter anymore. And he thinks there's all these enemies coming out. There's the Masons. Again, there's the seculars, there's the atheists, there's the Muslims. He lives his life in constant fear. And if you look back on history and you look back at atrocities, they were all started with fear-mongering. They were all started by othering people. You take these power grabs that happened in Germany, the power grabs in Russia, in China, in Cuba, in Venezuela, in Brazil. All of these power grabs happen when people rally around a common enemy. And the problem we have with our common enemy in America is that the common enemy isn't hurting you. The two rallying cries for conservatives are immigrants who aren't hurting you and trans people who aren't hurting you. So they have to drum up these narratives that aren't like they're coming to replace you. Replacement theory. There's hordes of military-aged men. The Chinese Communist Party is funding them. They want all your kids to be trans. They tell you this. Just the mere existence of these other people, they have to create this scary narrative so that you don't care that Donald Trump is selling your future. If you're between 20 and 40 years old, tell me how bright your future looks right now. And then tell me how bright your future looks with Donald Trump. What are the things he's doing right now that will make your life better? Nothing. He's deporting immigrants, and your life isn't changing. He's basically stripped away all rights from trans people, and you're still mad. Because it doesn't change your life. These boogeymans, the boogeyman that you're fighting isn't a real boogeyman. It's just shit that you're easily scared by. I did this my whole life. For 30 years of my life, I was told, every fucking one of you, by the way, everybody in this room that isn't Mormon, I want you to know that you were my enemy. I want you to, I was fed that every single day. That you either joined my church or you wanted to tear down my church. And if you were critical of what my church did, it was because Satan led you. And I want you to all know that. You were my enemy. And yet, if you go ask my friends that are still Mormon, they believe that. And you know what they'll tell you to your fucking face? No, that's not what we believe. 100% what they believe. When you talk to conservatives and when they're together, oh my God, there's not a single one of them when they're together. They're like, you know what? I don't view immigrants as our enemy. I just want to get rid of some bad ones. No, it's not how they talk. It's not how they talk about trans people. But then when they get face to face, they're like, oh, you know what? I just want it done the right way. And then when we tell you about the right way, you're like, okay, well, I don't approve that. And then right back into your right-wing circle where you are force-fed lies every day. I want to show you a good example of how they change narratives. I'm going to go to San Bernardino, California. This is a video, again, trigger warning. Thank God we're off of TikTok, so we can have that. Immigration officials stopped. I think this is a father and son. It may not be a father and son. I'm sorry if I get this wrong. Now, remember, immigration officials cannot conduct traffic stops. Not allowed to do that. If you comply and you give them your documentation, they're going to arrest you. So knowing this, I don't know the status of these people. Somebody could help me out. But in San Bernardino, these people are stopped. And here's what happens.
No le abras, no le abras, no le abras, no le abras, no le abras.
So he's asking for identification from these officers who have stopped in unmarked cars. Give me identification. I'm not going to roll down my window. And they just keep knocking on the window.
Why? No le abras. No le abras. No la puedo abrir. ¿Por qué? What do you want? What do you want? Identification.
He says, I want identification. Tell me what you want. They said, we're giving you an opportunity. How would you know if these men are ICE? Like in this country, how would you know? We do know that there's already copycats. You know that, but more importantly, you have no obligation to roll down your window for people who are not authorized to do traffic stops, right? So far, this man is well within his rights. Whether he's here legally or illegally, he is well within his rights, and only these agents are not within their rights.
No, la voy a abrir.
Now the window is broken, which they're not allowed to do.
Hey, you can't do that.
Hand comes through, he drives off. Now, you can see here in this view, and you can see from the other view of the window, the ICE agents are all on his side, not in front of him, so he drives out of here. You're going to hear 3 gunshots. Gunshots. You'll hear them here.
What do you want? What?
Oh, sorry, in this other video. Sorry, this is the other angle here. Then you'll hear the gunshots.
No, la voy a abrir. Hey, you can't do that.
Okay, you see, nobody was hit there. Nobody hit. They drove away, and now you'll hear the gunshots. 3 gunshots. Okay. Now, when this story comes out, it is reported by our government that this man was stopped, and he tried to run through officers, tried to run them over with his car, and said that no shots were fired. We now have the picture. We have 3 bullet holes in the side of that car. This is actual fascism in action, and it's another example of your government lying to you. Now, if you are a person who sides with the right, what you should say right now is they got to stop this shit. They make us look bad. If you're a person who's like, oh, you know what? I don't want illegal immigration. I just want people who are here illegally to leave. I think they should be deported. Fine. If you're that person and you say, like, I don't advocate violence, I don't advocate fascism, I want the laws to be followed, but these people are following the laws, our police should follow the laws, everybody should follow the laws, then you should come out against this. But I don't see it from the right. And Homeland Security is lying. Homeland Security says they tried to run them over. None of that's true. And then it leads to a neighborhood riot. I'm just tired of like this guy Donald Trump and this administration and these Christo-fascists who have hijacked all of you. I do believe that you guys you just want a better life, and I do believe that you've been convinced that like it's the immigrants that are causing problems for you, and that it's trans people who are causing problems for you. But every time it seems like every time we get to the bottom of it, it's not what our government says. Why are they lying so much? Why do they always lie? And when they do lie, why doesn't it stop you? Why doesn't it stop you from supporting at least that particular lie? It doesn't make a great deal of sense to me. And I do think it is cowardice. I think that the history of fascism, brown shirts, these ICE agents, these are all cowards. They're not going into dangerous neighborhoods. They're not going after violent criminals like they said. Every time we see one of these videos, it's them just breaking up a family or at a workplace. All this stuff you guys claimed that you cared about, you say I voted for this. You don't have to. You don't even have to be a Democrat. You don't have to be like, oh, you know what, I should have voted for Harris. Fine. But the only way that we can get this fascist takeover from ending is for you guys to stand up. The only way we get them to stop destroying our economy with this absolute nonsensical tariff wars is for you guys to stand up. And that's why I say, I hope you guys keep coming back every day. Because if you go here and then you go to Andrew Wilson, which a lot of you have been mentioning Andrew Wilson today, appreciate it. What you're going to hear from him is why you should hate women, why you should hate immigrants, and why you should hate secularists. And what you're going to hear from me is your government is lying to you. And I'm going to show you evidence of that. And when you go out into real life, we can show the harm that this is going to do to you. But I want you guys to tell me what damage has been done to you by immigrants or trans people. And then ask yourself, why is this the focus? We're at historic lows with crime. We have jobs that need to be filled. Why is it that we're focused on these things? And then when Trump does stuff like tariff wars that make no sense, you guys don't want to talk about it. When we talk about inflation rising, you don't want to talk about it. When we talk about the wealth gap accelerating, you don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about anything that is going poorly in this country because you're focused on these culture wars. They will get you nowhere. These are momentary. And when we look back in the history books, like, you're going to see this blip. This happens. We had the Tea Party. This happens every like 10 or 15 years. The far right in this country gets a little bit of confidence, then they get ahead of their skis, and then everybody abandons them. And that's what's going to happen now. So I'm just saying, please come back. And if you want to talk about this shit, I'll go anywhere, anytime, any place. I'll talk to you guys about this any place. But at some point, we've got to get back to an America where there's such a thing as a fact. We've got to get back there. We can't keep living in a place where everything is reframed. I saw somebody earlier when I said Trump's 34 felonies, and you're like, oh yeah, imagine thinking that paying for an NDA gives you 34 felonies. That's not what the 34 felonies were. Like, we can't even agree on what Donald Trump was charged with. It is a crime to cover up a crime, right? So if you commit a crime and then you get charged for the cover up, but then you say like, oh, well, this wasn't even that big of a crime. Right. If Donald Trump would have just admitted he paid Stormy Daniels, no problem. But obviously that's not what he was charged with, right? He had to hide it. And why did he have to hide it? It wasn't from me. It wasn't from the other Democrats. It was from you. He had to hide it from you, the Republican voters, because he thought, and he was wrong, that if you guys found out a week after the Access Hollywood tape came out, where he bragged about sexually assaulting women, he thought that if the Stormy Daniels story came out a week after that, that would bury him. And he wanted to be president so bad that he lied to you. And then after he lies to you, you're out here publicly defending him. All of these lies, he told you. It didn't fucking matter if he lied to us. We weren't voting for him anyways. He lied to you about Nancy Pelosi calling in the National Guard. Why did he do that? Because you don't remember January 6th very well, do you? You don't remember the entire Republican Party coming out and saying Donald Trump was wrong. Everybody universally said Donald Trump was wrong. In fact, they tried to impeach him. And the Republicans' excuse for not impeaching him was he already left office, so it's like this gray area. We can't really impeach him. Lindsey Graham said, I would have. All of them said, I would have done it. Or removed him, sorry, in the Senate. He was impeached. They all said the same thing. And then all of a sudden, Kevin McCarthy goes down to Mar-a-Lago, and within weeks, you start to see Republicans out there changing their stories. Oh, yeah, you know what? Nancy Pelosi probably did need to call in the National Guard. He wasn't lying to me. He was lying to you. He lied to you about Georgia. He told you, oh, I didn't call Georgia and ask him to change votes. And then what happened? All of his lawyers lost their license to practice law. Do you really think that like you're that much of victims that you think that the whole game is just rigged against a old white billionaire dude because he's a Republican? You're just in a weird, like, culty abusive relationship where it seems like the more this guy lies, the more you guys defend him. Even that, January 6th was nothing. All right. Tell me this is nothing. Talk about it. Let's look at some clips from January 6th. Remember what Republicans will tell you now is that this was peaceful and they were just let in by the FBI, right? So let's look at some clips from January 6th. Okay, peaceful. We're just celebrating. Oh, let's go back a little bit. What's going on here? How'd they get in? Let's go back, see how they got let in. That's loud.
No, we saw someone in the way. It was a girl holding signs and shit. That's the one probably.
No, we were. No, they got all.
This is nothing. Why? What are they so excited about in their riot gear if it was nothing?
All the Lex got out before we got in. When they pushed us out the door the first time, everybody was evacuated.
Can you tell me who they shot?
I don't know her name. All I know is we went there as patriots. She's dead because we were here, and these motherfuckers are traitors. They're fucking traitors.
Nothing. They broke in to the point they had somebody backed up and Ashley Babbitt got shot. It was nothing. Just a peaceful walk in the park.
Yeah, okay.
So a bunch of protein straps.
Oh, thank you.
A bunch of good stuff.
You can go forward.
Who would have thought that our generation would be a part of this? God bless the Gen X.
What are those sounds you think are going off there? You think those sounds? That's the alarm? Let's look at this one. This one's long. January 6th, police. Look at Capitol Police. You'd keep telling me this is wrong. You guys have come so far that at this point now you're saying that this was nothing?
So the officer body camera footage, which was released by a court this week, gives us a chilling look at the violence and chaos that was happening on the ground on January 6th. The Associated Press and other news outlets.
Let's see if I can go forward here. See if I can pull some.
Barricade.
What's this?
Trying to fight off this aggressive crowd. At one point, Webster pushes on the barrier between them, and he raises the flagpole above his head and swings it towards the officer. There's then a violent struggle between the two of them. The officer manages to grab the flagpole away from Webster. Webster again charges at the officer, appears to push him onto the ground, and he can be seen in a couple frames standing over the officer. So Webster was arrested in February, and he's being detained pre-trial.
Now you tell me why those people get a pardon, and Donald Trump says it was peaceful. And but the reason I'm showing that is because somebody in the audience said it was nothing. See, like that's where we have a problem. You guys say it's nothing because Trump said it's nothing, and you want to support him. So now you just overlook that a bunch of people stormed our nation's capital and beat the shit out of police officers. You know what I mean? Like this is what I'm talking about. You allow yourselves to be lied to forgetting your own history. Like you're willing to lie to yourselves. I don't believe what I saw on January 6th. It must have been something else. Oh, it was Nancy Pelosi's fault. Oh, it was the FBI. Like the FBI did all of this. It was actually Antifa. It was BLM. You believed all these things. None of them true. But you let yourself be lied to because you want to be lied to. Because you are motivated. Like your incentive is to not believe that your Republican Party has been hijacked by a fascist. You let yourself be lied to when they said like Project 2025 wasn't real. Like 70% of it's done now. They're hiring everybody from Project 2025. There's like names. They're like, we will hire this person. And then that person is getting hired. And you're like, no, Project 2025 isn't real. I'm just tired of, I'm just tired for you. You guys, it does, like at some point is it ever going to register like, holy shit, the amount of lies that I believe. The amount of stuff that I have overlooked when Trump is dead and gone and everybody turns on his followers, there will come a time when you have to analyze all of your actions here and all the things that you supported. And you'll do one of two things. You'll lie about it or you'll feel guilty. Those will be your two options. But none of you 10 years from now will be like, oh, January 6th, that was no problem. He lies to you about everything. We can't get a peep out of you. Jago Texan said, as a Republican, Trump is destroying the Republican Party. Jen said, has any other president had so many protests against them? Not that I can think of. But that's the thing. Like, then they're just like, oh yeah, I hate the libs so much that if they protest against him, I like him more because our entire ideology is hate the libs, own the libs. The libs are bad. These are the bad guys. We're the good guys. So everything we say, you guys just believe the opposite, which is wild. Hey, Howdy said having trouble time to donate. Oh, I saw that. I don't know if we still had that problem. Let me read these. I think Jen has some, and then I got to get out of here. Marcus said, I appreciate your password and consistency. I think you probably meant passion, unless you hacked and you got my password, in which case, congratulations. You're now poor. Swish said, for listening to women and hearing us. Susan said, great show. Thank you, Susan. Jen had, did I miss any? Lisa said, more glitter for Jen. I think I got that one. I don't have an update there. All right, guys. I'll see you. I'll be back tomorrow morning, and every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time, right here on. Jen, did you said TikTok will be back on tomorrow? Did I lose you?
Yeah, the appeal went through.
Okay, cool. So we'll be back on TikTok tomorrow, as well as YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook and Twitter. Anything you want to add, Jen, before we go?
I think we were a little shy on the gift gold, so if anyone wants to donate to the other pay links, that would be cool. Other than that.
All right. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. We're back, like I said, back at bright and early tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time. If you missed any part of the show today, you can catch the replay on YouTube. We have merchandise in our bio, and we also have a Cameo in the bio. You can follow us on TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. Twitter's usually where I'm most active. If you are a right-winger and you want to have a discussion with me, happy to do it. We can even schedule it. My DMs are open on Twitter and on Instagram, and maybe this time we don't end it with Jesus told me Trump's the good guy, and therefore Trump is the good guy. I'll catch you guys tomorrow morning. Take care of yourselves. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.